Welcome, true believers, to a journey through more than 15 years of interconnected storytelling that changed cinema forever. Tonight, we'll explore the complete saga of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, from Tony Stark's first steps in a cave in Afghanistan to the multiversal adventures that followed. This is a tale of heroes and villains, of sacrifice and redemption, of ordinary people doing extraordinary things when the world needs them most. So settle in, get comfortable, and let your mind drift as we walk together through this tapestry of heroism. There's no rush here. No need to memorize every detail. Just let the story wash over you, like the gentle hum of an arc reactor powering a hero's heart. Our story begins not with gods or cosmic forces, but with a man, a brilliant, arrogant, deeply flawed man who would become the foundation upon which an entire universe of heroes would be built. Anthony Edward Stark had everything the world could offer: genius, level intellect, billions of dollars, and a name that opened every door in the military-industrial complex. Yet for all his gifts, Tony Stark was a man without purpose, coasting through life on inherited wealth and natural talent, creating weapons of war while remaining safely removed from their consequences. The son of Howard Stark, one of the founders of the mysterious S.H.I.E.L.D. organization, Tony, had grown up in the shadow of greatness without ever truly understanding what it meant to be great. His relationship with his father had been complicated, marked by unspoken expectations and unexpressed love. Howard had seen potential in his son that Tony himself had never recognized, potential that would remain dormant until tragedy forced it to the surface. It was in the caves of Afghanistan, in the heart of enemy territory, that Tony Stark would face the first real challenge of his privileged life. Captured by the Ten Rings terrorist organization, while demonstrating his latest creation, the Jericho missile system, Tony found himself in a position he had never imagined, powerless, wounded, and facing death. Shrapnel from his own weapons had lodged near his heart, a cruel irony that would have killed him if not for the intervention of a fellow prisoner. Dr. Ho Yinsen was everything Tony was not: humble, selfless, and acutely aware of the cost of war. A surgeon by training and a humanitarian by nature, Yinsen had been captured while trying to help villagers caught in the crossfire of conflicts fueled by weapons like those Tony had spent his career creating. Where Tony saw technical specifications and profit margins, Yinsen saw human faces and broken families. It was Yinsen who saved Tony's life, not once but twice. First, by performing emergency surgery to keep the shrapnel from reaching his heart, and then by showing him what it truly meant to live. The electromagnet that Yinsen installed in Tony's chest was powered by a car battery, a crude solution to keep him alive long enough for their captors to extract what they wanted from him. A Jericho missile built in a cave with a box of scraps. But in that moment of vulnerability, surrounded by the echoes of his own weapons being used to terrorize innocent people, Tony Stark began to understand something that had eluded him for 39 years. Intelligence without conscience was not genius. It was merely clever destruction. As the days stretched into weeks in their shared captivity, Yinsen and Tony formed an unlikely friendship built on mutual respect and the desperate hope of survival. Yinsen spoke of his family, of the village where he had practiced medicine, of his dreams for a peaceful future. Tony, for perhaps the first time in his life, truly listened to another person's story and found it more compelling than his own achievements. Here was a man who had dedicated his life to healing rather than harming, who had risked everything to help others rather than building walls of wealth and privilege. The arc reactor that Tony designed in that cave was more than just a power source. It was a symbol of transformation. Built from the scraps of his own weapons and powered by palladium salvaged from missile components, It represented the first step in Tony's journey from destroyer to protector. The miniaturized arc reactor was a marvel of engineering that shouldn't have been possible with the crude tools available to them. Yet Tony's desperation to live, combined with his newfound understanding of what living actually meant, drove him to achieve the impossible. But the arc reactor was only the beginning. Tony knew that their captors would never simply let them go once they had what they wanted. The 10 Rings were terrorists, not businessmen, and dead hostages told no tales. If they were going to survive, they would need more than a power source. They would need a weapon. Not a weapon of mass destruction like the Jericho missile, but something different. Something that could protect rather than threaten, that could save lives rather than end them. The Mark I armor that took shape in the shadows of their cave prison was crude by Tony's later standards, but it was revolutionary in its conception. Built from salvaged missile parts and powered by the arc reactor, it was a suit of armor designed not for conquest but for escape, not for domination but for liberation. Every plate was hammered by hand. Every circuit was soldered with painstaking care. And every line of code was written with the knowledge that their lives depended on its success. Yinsen understood that their plan was dangerous, that the chances of both of them surviving were slim. The armor could protect one person, but it couldn't guarantee safe passage for two. As they worked together in the dim light of their cave laboratory, Yinsen shared stories of his homeland, of the family he hoped to see again, of the clinic where he had treated children injured by weapons, just like the ones Tony had designed. These conversations changed Tony in ways that no amount of education or privilege ever could. They taught him that true wealth wasn't measured in dollars but in the lives you touched, that real intelligence wasn't about what you could create but about what you chose to create. The day of their escape was also the day Tony Stark truly died, and Iron Man was born. As alarms blared and gunfire echoed through the cave complex, Yinsen made the ultimate sacrifice. He bought Tony the time needed for the armor's systems to fully activate, knowing full well that it would cost him his life. With his dying breath, he reminded Tony not to waste the gift he had been given, not to waste this second chance at life. "Don't waste it," Yinsen whispered, and in those 3 words he planted the seed of everything Tony Stark would become. The mark I was never going to win any design awards. It was bulky, slow, and crude compared to the sleek suits that would follow, but it served its purpose, allowing Tony to blast through the 10 Rings compound with the fury of a man who had finally found his calling. The flamethrowers that incinerated his captor's weapons stockpile felt like justice for all the innocents those weapons would never harm. The rockets that destroyed their vehicles felt like insurance against future atrocities. And the flight that carried him away from that place of death felt like resurrection. When Tony Stark returned to civilization, he was a changed man in every sense of the word. The arc reactor in his chest was a constant reminder of how close he had come to death. But more importantly, it was a symbol of his rebirth. The press conference that followed his rescue was meant to be a simple debriefing, a chance for Stark Industries to reassure investors that their CEO was safe and sound. Instead, it became the moment when Tony Stark chose to change not just his own life, but the entire world. Reading from prepared remarks about his harrowing ordeal, Tony began to deliver the standard corporate response to crisis. But as he spoke the words about how Stark Industries would continue its mission of protecting American interests through superior firepower, the faces of Yinsen's village children flashed before his eyes. He thought of the weapons stockpile he had seen in the 10 Rings caves. Weapons that bore the Stark Industries logo. Weapons that had been used to terrorize the very people his company claimed to protect. The decision to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division wasn't made in a boardroom or after consultation with shareholders. It was made in that moment, standing before the world's press as Tony Stark realized that he could no longer live with the blood on his hands. The shocked silence that followed his announcement was nothing compared to the uproar from his business partner, Obadiah Stane. But Tony had moved beyond caring about stock prices and profit margins. He had found something worth more than money: purpose. The months that followed were a whirlwind of activity as Tony threw himself into creating something the world had never seen. Working in the workshop beneath his Malibu mansion, surrounded by prototypes and holographic displays, he refined the arc reactor technology and began designing what would become the Mark II armor. Every improvement was guided by Yinsen's final words. Every innovation was driven by the promise he had made in that cave. He would not waste this gift of life. The Mark II represented everything Tony had learned about heroism from his time in captivity. Where the Mark I had been built for escape, the Mark II was designed for engagement. Its sleek lines and polished surfaces reflected not vanity, but efficiency. Every curve optimized for flight dynamics and combat effectiveness. The gold and red color scheme would come later, but even in its silver prototype form, the armor was beautiful in the way that perfectly functional machines could be beautiful. But the technology was only half the battle. The other half was learning to be a hero, and that proved to be more difficult than any engineering challenge Tony had ever faced. Heroes, he discovered, had to make choices that billionaire playboys never had to contemplate. They had to risk their lives for strangers, put the needs of others before their own comfort, and accept that doing the right thing often came with a personal cost. The first real test of Tony's newfound heroism came when he learned that Stark Industries' weapons were still finding their way into the hands of terrorists. Despite his public announcement and the official halt to weapons production, someone was continuing to supply the Ten Rings with advanced armaments. The village of Gulmira, the same village where Yinsen had worked as a doctor, was under siege by terrorists using Stark technology to massacre innocent civilians. Flying to Afghanistan in the Mark III armor, Tony Stark discovered what it truly meant to be Iron Man. It wasn't about the technology or the power or the ability to fly faster than a fighter jet. It was about the moment when you had to choose between your own safety and the lives of people you would never meet. People who would never know your name or thank you for your sacrifice. As he watched Stark Industries' missiles rain down on Yinsen's village, Tony understood that some sins could only be washed away with action, not words. The battle that followed was swift and decisive. The Mark III's advanced weapons systems made short work of the terrorists' tanks and artillery, while its defensive capabilities allowed Tony to operate in the midst of a combat zone without fear of retaliation. But the real victory wasn't in the destruction of enemy equipment. It was in the moment when the last terrorist fled and the villagers emerged from their hiding places to see their savior. They didn't know that the figure in red and gold armor was Tony Stark, and they didn't need to know. They only needed to know that someone had cared enough to help. The revelation that Obadiah Stane had been secretly continuing weapons sales to terrorist organizations was a betrayal that cut deeper than any physical wound. Obi had been more than a business partner. He had been like a surrogate father after Howard Stark's death, a mentor who had guided Tony through the complexities of running a multinational corporation. To discover that he had been orchestrating the very conflicts that had led to Tony's capture and Yinsen's death was a reminder that heroism often meant facing enemies who wore familiar faces. The final confrontation between Iron Man and the Ironmonger was more than just a battle between two suits of powered armor. It was a clash between two visions of what technology could become. Stane's Ironmonger suit was everything the old Tony Stark might have built. Bigger, more heavily armed, designed to intimidate and dominate. But the Mark III represented the new Tony Stark. Sleek and efficient, built not for conquest, but for protection, powered not by greed, but by the memory of a good man's sacrifice. When Pepper Potts activated the arc reactor overload that ultimately defeated S.H.I.E.L.D, she proved that heroism wasn't limited to those who wore powered armor. Her courage in the face of mortal danger, her willingness to risk everything to stop a madman, showed Tony that he wasn't alone in his mission. There were others who were willing to fight for what was right, others who understood that some things were worth dying for. The press conference that followed Stain's defeat was supposed to provide Tony with a way to maintain his secret identity. Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D had prepared an alibi that would allow Iron Man to remain anonymous, to operate from the shadows like the traditional superheroes of comic books and movies. But as Tony stood before the assembled reporters, prepared to read the scripted denial of his involvement, he realized that heroes didn't hide in shadows. They stood in the light, accepted responsibility for their actions, and inspired others to do the same. I am Iron Man. 4 simple words that changed everything. By revealing his identity to the world, Tony Stark wasn't just admitting to being the man in the armor. He was announcing that the age of hidden heroes was over. This was a new kind of superhero for a new kind of world, one where transparency mattered more than mystery, where inspiration was more powerful than intimidation. The conversation with Nick Fury that followed would set the stage for everything that came after. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D spoke of a larger universe, of other individuals with extraordinary abilities, of threats that no single hero could face alone. The Avengers Initiative wasn't just a recruitment program. It was a promise that heroes would never again have to face the darkness alone, that there would always be someone ready to stand beside them when the world needed saving. As Tony Stark stood on his Malibu deck that night, looking out over the Pacific Ocean with the arc reactor glowing softly in his chest, he reflected on the journey that had brought him to this moment. Months ago, he had been a man without purpose, brilliant but directionless, wealthy but spiritually bankrupt. Now he was something he had never imagined he could be, a hero, not because of the armor or the technology or the wealth, but because he had learned what Yinsen had tried to teach him in that cave. Life was a gift, and the only way to honor that gift was to use it in service of something greater than yourself. The arc reactor that kept him alive was more than just a power source. It was a reminder of the responsibility that came with survival. Every beat of his artificial heart was a promise to Yinsen's memory, a commitment to use his gifts to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. The suit of armor was just a tool, but the man inside it had finally learned what it meant to be worthy of the power he wielded. Iron Man was born in a cave in Afghanistan, forged by loss and tempered by sacrifice. But the true transformation wasn't in the technology, it was in the heart that powered it all. Tony Stark had learned that being a hero wasn't about having abilities beyond those of mortal men. It was about choosing to use whatever abilities you had to make the world a little bit safer, a little bit better, a little bit more hopeful. And in a universe where gods walked among mortals and cosmic forces threatened entire civilizations, that simple human choice to stand up and help would prove to be the foundation upon which all future heroism would be built. While Tony Stark was learning what it meant to be a hero in the deserts of Afghanistan, another man was beginning a very different journey toward heroism in the streets of Brooklyn. Stephen Grant Rogers had never been the strongest man in any room, or the fastest, or the most intimidating. What he possessed instead was something rarer and more valuable, an unshakable moral compass, and the courage to follow it regardless of the personal cost. In 1940, as war raged across Europe and America debated whether to join the fight, Steve Rogers was a 90-pound weakling with a list of medical conditions that should have kept him far from any battlefield. Asthma, scarlet fever, rheumatic fever, sinusitis, chronic or frequent colds, high blood pressure, palpitations or pounding in the heart, and a host of other ailments made him 4F, unfit for military service. But what the doctors couldn't measure on their charts was the size of his heart or the strength of his convictions. Steve had grown up in Brooklyn during the Great Depression, raised by his mother Sarah after his father died when Steve was just a child. Sarah Rogers was a nurse who worked long hours at the tuberculosis ward, risking her own health to care for the sickest patients in the city. From her, Steve learned that strength wasn't about the size of your muscles, but about your willingness to stand up for those who couldn't stand up for themselves. When Sarah died of tuberculosis when Steve was 18, she left behind a son who understood that some things were worth fighting for, even if you weren't big enough to win. The friend who stood by Steve through every failed enlistment attempt and every back alley beating was James Buchanan Barnes, though everyone called him Bucky. Where Steve was small and sickly, Bucky was tall and strong and charming. He could have had any life he wanted, could have avoided the war entirely if he'd chosen to. Instead, he chose to stay by his best friend's side, watching out for the kid from Brooklyn who seemed determined to get himself killed in pursuit of a noble cause. Bucky understood Steve in ways that few people ever would. He knew that the scrappy kid who kept getting into fights wasn't looking for trouble. He was looking for justice. When Steve saw bullies picking on someone weaker, he couldn't just walk away. When he read about the atrocities being committed in Europe, he couldn't just sit safely at home while other people suffered. It wasn't about glory or adventure or proving himself. It was about doing what was right, regardless of the consequences. The night that changed everything started like so many others, with Steve getting beaten up for defending someone who couldn't defend themselves. This time it was in an alley behind a movie theater, after Steve had confronted a man who was making loud, disrespectful comments during a newsreel about the war. The fight went exactly as expected. Steve got knocked down, got back up, got knocked down again, and kept getting back up until his opponent finally got tired of hitting him and walked away. Dr. Abraham Erskine had been watching from the shadows, observing not just the fight but the character it revealed. Erskine was a German scientist who had fled his homeland when the Nazis began their rise to power, and he had spent years searching for the right candidate for an experimental program that could change the course of the war. He wasn't looking for the strongest soldier, or the fastest, or the most skilled. He was looking for someone with the heart of a hero, someone who would use great power for great good. When Erskine approached Steve after the fight, offering him a chance to serve his country in ways he had never imagined, it seemed too good to be true. The doctor spoke of experiments and possibilities, of science that could transform a man's physical capabilities while leaving his essential character unchanged. For Steve, who had spent his entire life being told he wasn't strong enough or big enough or healthy enough to make a difference, it was the opportunity he had been waiting for his entire life. The Strategic Scientific Reserve was America's answer to the growing threat of Nazi superscience. Led by Colonel Chester Phillips, the SSR brought together the brightest minds in the Allied nations to develop weapons and technologies that could turn the tide of the war. Howard Stark, Tony's father, was among the scientists working with the program. His brilliant engineering mind focused on creating tools that could give Allied forces an edge against increasingly sophisticated enemy equipment. Project Rebirth was the SSR's most ambitious undertaking, an attempt to create super soldiers who could single-handedly turn the tide of battle. Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum was designed to enhance every aspect of human physical capability: strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and healing. But the doctor had learned from his previous work in Germany that the serum didn't just amplify physical traits. It amplified everything, including the essential character of the person receiving it. The process of selecting candidates for Project Rebirth was as much about psychology as it was about physiology. Erskine had seen what happened when the serum was given to someone with a corrupt heart, and he was determined not to repeat that mistake. Johann Schmidt, who would become known as the Red Skull, had been the first test subject in Germany, and his transformation into a monster had shown Erskine the terrible potential for abuse that lay within his creation. Steve's training at Camp Lehigh was unlike anything the other candidates had experienced. While they focused on physical conditioning and combat skills, Steve was subjected to tests that seemed designed to measure his character rather than his capabilities. When a drill instructor threw a dummy grenade into a group of trainees, the other candidates scattered for cover while Steve threw himself on top of the grenade, prepared to absorb the explosion with his own body to protect his fellow soldiers. The night before the procedure, Dr. Erskine visited Steve to explain what they were about to attempt and why he had been chosen. The doctor spoke of good and evil, of the responsibility that came with power, and of the importance of remaining true to yourself no matter how much your circumstances might change. He told Steve about Schmidt, about how the serum had turned an ambitious scientist into a megalomaniac, and about why he believed Steve would be different. The transformation itself took place in an underground laboratory beneath a Brooklyn antique shop, witnessed by a select group of officials and scientists who understood the historical significance of what they were attempting. Steve was placed in a chamber that looked more like a mechanical coffin than a medical device, surrounded by machinery that hummed with barely contained energy. As the serum coursed through his veins and the Vita rays bombarded his body, every cell began to change, rewriting itself according to the blueprint that Erskine had spent years perfecting. When Steve emerged from the chamber, he was everything the serum had promised and more. 6 feet tall and 200 pounds of perfectly conditioned muscle, with reflexes that could track a speeding bullet and strength that could bend steel bars. But more importantly, he was still recognizably Steve Rogers, the kid from Brooklyn who couldn't walk away from a fight if someone needed help. The serum had made him physically perfect, but it hadn't changed who he was inside. The celebration of the procedure's success was short-lived. A HYDRA spy who had infiltrated the project assassinated Dr. Erskine and destroyed the remaining serum, ensuring that Steve Rogers would be the first and last super soldier of his kind. As Erskine died in Steve's arms, he pressed a hand to Steve's chest, reminding him without words that his true strength came from his heart, not from the serum that had enhanced his body. The chase that followed through the streets of Brooklyn showcased Steve's new abilities for the first time. He could run faster than cars, leap across rooftops, and take impacts that would have killed an ordinary man. But when the spy chose to kill himself rather than be captured, biting down on a cyanide pill and taking the secrets of the serum with him to the grave, Steve realized that being a super soldier didn't automatically make him a hero. Having great power was just the beginning. Learning how to use it responsibly would be the work of a lifetime. Colonel Phillips' initial plan for Steve was to use him as a symbol rather than a soldier. The one successful super soldier would be too valuable to risk in combat, too important to the war effort to potentially lose in battle. Instead, Steve found himself touring the country as Captain America, selling war bonds and inspiring patriotic fervor, while the real fighting continued overseas without him. It was a role that chafed against everything Steve believed about service and sacrifice. The USO tour that followed was a masterclass in propaganda and publicity, complete with a specially designed costume and shield that were more about theatrical impact than practical utility. Steve performed choreographed fight scenes against actors dressed as Hitler, posed for photographs with starlets and politicians, and delivered speeches about duty and patriotism to audiences who saw him as more symbol than human being. It was important work in its own way, raising money and morale for the war effort. But it left Steve feeling like he was playing dress-up while other men fought and died for the cause he believed in. Everything changed when Steve learned that the 107th Infantry Regiment, Bucky's unit, had been captured by HYDRA forces behind enemy lines. When Colonel Phillips refused to authorize a rescue mission, deeming it too dangerous and unlikely to succeed, Steve realized that sometimes doing the right thing meant disobeying orders. With the help of Howard Stark and Agent Peggy Carter, he launched a solo mission into enemy territory to save his best friend and the other captured soldiers. The flight into Austria gave Steve his first real taste of combat as Captain America. Howard Stark had equipped him with a prototype shield made of vibranium, the rarest and strongest metal on Earth, and outfitted him with a practical uniform designed for stealth and mobility rather than theatrics. As Steve parachuted into the Alps, he carried with him not just the hopes of the captured soldiers, but the weight of finally being able to prove that he was more than just a symbol. The HYDRA facility where the prisoners were being held was a fortress of dark science and twisted ambition. Johann Schmidt's scientists were conducting experiments on the captured soldiers, testing early versions of super soldier formulas and advanced weapons that defied conventional understanding. Steve's infiltration of the base was swift and brutal, his enhanced abilities allowing him to move through enemy positions like a force of nature. But it was his discovery of Bucky that reminded him why he was fighting. Bucky Barnes had been subjected to HYDRA experiments that left him disoriented and weak, but alive. The reunion between the two friends was emotional and brief, tempered by the knowledge that hundreds of other prisoners needed to be freed, and that HYDRA forces were already responding to the security breach. Working together, Steve and Bucky led a mass escape that freed over 400 Allied prisoners and dealt a significant blow to HYDRA's operations in the region. The return to base camp was triumphant, with Steve leading a column of liberated soldiers through cheering crowds of Allied personnel. For the first time since receiving the serum, he felt like he was truly serving his country and his ideals. Colonel Phillips, initially skeptical of the rescue mission, was forced to acknowledge that Captain America was ready for real combat operations. More importantly, Steve had proven to himself that he could live up to the responsibility that came with his enhanced abilities. The formation of the Howling Commandos marked the beginning of Captain America's war against HYDRA. This elite unit, composed of soldiers from the rescued prisoners and led by Steve and Bucky, was tasked with striking at HYDRA's most important facilities and disrupting their advanced weapons programs. The team became legendary for their daring raids and their success rate, but more than that, they became a family bound together by shared danger and mutual trust. Each member of the Howling Commandos brought unique skills and perspectives to the team. Dum Dum Dugan with his expertise in explosives, Gabriel Jones with his linguistic abilities, James Montgomery Falsworth with his tactical knowledge, Jacques Dernier with his sabotage skills, and Jim Morita with his technical expertise. But it was the friendship between Steve and Bucky that formed the emotional core of the unit. Two kids from Brooklyn who had found their way to the center of the most important conflict in human history. The war against HYDRA was unlike anything the Allies had faced before. Schmidt's organization had access to technology that seemed almost magical in its capabilities. Energy weapons that could disintegrate targets, aircraft that flew without visible means of propulsion, and manufacturing capabilities that allowed them to produce advanced equipment at an unprecedented scale. But more than their technology, it was their ideology that made them dangerous. HYDRA believed in order through domination, in peace through the elimination of free will. As Captain America, Steve Rogers became the symbol of everything HYDRA opposed. Where they sought control, he represented freedom. Where they demanded submission, he embodied resistance. Where they used fear as a weapon, he inspired hope. The shield that Howard Stark had crafted for him became more than just a piece of equipment. It became a symbol of protection and justice that could rally Allied forces and strike fear into enemy hearts. The relationship between Steve and Peggy Carter deepened throughout the war, built on mutual respect and shared values. Peggy was one of the few people who saw Steve as a man rather than just a symbol, who understood that beneath the perfect physique and unwavering courage was someone who had chosen to bear burdens that no one should have to carry alone. Their romance was conducted in stolen moments between missions, in quiet conversations about what they would do when the war was over, in the shared understanding that they were fighting for a future they might not live to see. The train mission in the Alps was supposed to be a routine raid on a HYDRA weapons shipment, but it became the operation that changed everything. As the Howling Commandos fought their way through the armored cars, searching for Dr. Arnim Zola, Steve and Bucky found themselves separated from the rest of the team. A blast from an experimental HYDRA weapon tore through the side of the train car, and Bucky, weakened by his earlier capture and experimentation, lost his grip on the twisted metal and fell into the rushing void of the Alpine Canyon below. Steve's desperate attempt to save his best friend, hanging over the edge of the speeding train while reaching for Bucky's outstretched hand, was a moment that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The sight of Bucky falling into the white emptiness of the mountain wilderness, the sound of his scream lost in the wind, became a wound that would never fully heal. For all his enhanced abilities, for all the lives he had saved and battles he had won, Steve Rogers couldn't save the person who mattered most to him. The capture of Dr. Zola provided valuable intelligence about HYDRA's final plan, but it came at a cost that made victory feel like defeat. Zola's revelation of the Red Skull's ultimate weapon, a flying fortress capable of delivering enough destructive power to level entire cities, gave the Allies the information they needed to stop HYDRA's last desperate gambit. But for Steve, the knowledge that Bucky had died to secure this intelligence only added to the weight of responsibility he carried. The assault on HYDRA's final stronghold was Captain America's last mission, and he approached it with the grim determination of a man who no longer feared death. The fortress was defended by the full might of HYDRA's remaining forces, their most advanced weapons and most fanatical soldiers. But Steve fought his way through them all, driven by the memory of his fallen friend and the knowledge that millions of innocent lives depended on stopping Schmidt's final gambit. The confrontation with the Red Skull was more than just a battle between two super soldiers. It was a clash between two visions of what humanity could become. Schmidt had embraced the darker possibilities of enhanced human potential, using his abilities to dominate and destroy. Steve represented the opposite path, using his gifts to protect and inspire. When the Tesseract's power finally consumed Schmidt, sending him into the cosmic void, it felt like justice for all the lives HYDRA had destroyed. But stopping the Red Skull was only half the battle. The flying fortress was still headed for New York City, loaded with enough destructive power to kill millions of innocent people. With the automatic pilot damaged and no way to safely redirect the aircraft, Steve was faced with an impossible choice. Let the plane reach its target or sacrifice himself to stop it. For the kid from Brooklyn who had spent his life standing up to bullies regardless of the odds, it wasn't really a choice at all. The final conversation between Steve and Peggy, conducted over the radio as he prepared to crash the plane into the Arctic ice, was heartbreaking in its normalcy. They talked about their planned date, about the dance they would share when he got back, about the simple future they had dreamed of during the war. Neither one acknowledged that they both knew this was goodbye. Instead, they held onto the pretense that this was just another mission, that there would be time for everything they had left unsaid. When the Valkyrie disappeared beneath the ice of the Arctic Ocean, the world lost its first super soldier and its greatest symbol of hope. Captain America's shield, which had protected him through countless battles, couldn't save him from the cold embrace of the frozen sea. Steve Rogers had given everything he had in service of his ideals, including his life, proving that true heroism wasn't about the power you possessed, but about your willingness to sacrifice everything for others. But even as one chapter ended in the frozen wasteland of the Arctic, other stories were beginning to unfold across the cosmos. In the realm of Asgard, far from the wars of Midgard, a very different kind of hero was learning very different lessons about power and responsibility. Thor Odinson had been born to rule, raised from childhood to one day inherit the throne of one of the 9 realms' most powerful kingdoms. Where Steve Rogers had fought for every ounce of strength he possessed, Thor had been gifted with power beyond mortal understanding from the moment of his birth. The god of thunder was everything that Asgardian culture valued. Strong, brave, charismatic, and utterly confident in his own abilities. He wielded Mjolnir, the enchanted hammer that had been forged in the heart of a dying star, and commanded the forces of lightning and storm. Asgardian warriors sang songs of his victories in battle, and the 9 realms knew his name as both protector and conqueror. But for all his power and glory, Thor Odinson had never learned the most important lesson that his father, Odin the All-Father, had tried to teach him: that true strength came from wisdom, not from might. Thor's character was shaped by 1,000 years of easy victories and unquestioned authority. As the crown prince of Asgard, he had never faced a challenge he couldn't overcome through force, never encountered a problem that couldn't be solved by striking it with his hammer. His worldview was simple and direct. The strong protected the weak, the righteous triumphed over the wicked, and conflicts were resolved through honorable combat. It was a perspective that served him well in the battles against frost giants and dark elves, but it left him unprepared for the complexities of leadership and the weight of difficult decisions. The relationship between Thor and his adopted brother Loki was complicated by jealousy, love, and fundamental differences in how they viewed power and purpose. Where Thor was direct and honest, Loki was subtle and cunning. Where Thor relied on strength, Loki used intelligence and magic. Where Thor was beloved by the common people of Asgard, Loki felt overlooked and underappreciated. These differences had created a dynamic where the brothers were simultaneously best friends and greatest rivals, bound together by family loyalty, but driven apart by competing ambitions. Loki's discovery of his true heritage as a frost giant, one of Asgard's ancient enemies, shattered his understanding of his place in the world and his relationship with his family. The knowledge that he had been adopted after being abandoned by his birth father, Laufey of Jotunheim, poisoned every memory of his childhood and every interaction with his adoptive family. What had once seemed like brotherly competition now felt like systematic exclusion. What had appeared to be paternal guidance now seemed like manipulation and control. The destruction of the Rainbow Bridge was more than just a tactical victory against the frost giants. It was Thor's ultimate sacrifice of everything he had ever wanted for the sake of protecting innocent lives. By choosing to destroy Asgard's primary means of traveling between the 9 realms, Thor gave up his connection to Jane Foster, the mortal woman he had come to love, and accepted that he might never see her again. It was a choice that proved he had finally learned the lesson his father had been trying to teach him, that being worthy of power meant being willing to give up everything for the sake of others. The exile that Odin imposed on Thor was designed to teach him humility and wisdom, to show him what it meant to be powerless in a world where might usually made right. Stripped of his divine abilities and cast down to Midgard in mortal form, Thor was forced to confront his own limitations and learn what it truly meant to be heroic. On Earth, he encountered a world where problems couldn't be solved with a hammer, where strength without compassion was merely brutality, and where true power came from inspiring others rather than dominating them. Dr. Jane Foster, the astrophysicist who discovered Thor after his fall from grace, represented everything that Asgardian culture didn't value, but that true leadership required. She was curious rather than certain, thoughtful rather than impulsive, and driven by a desire to understand rather than to conquer. Her work studying atmospheric disturbances and theoretical wormholes put her at the center of cosmic events she couldn't have imagined, but her response to discovering a god among mortals was to treat him as a person first and a deity second. The friendship that developed between Thor and the small community of humans who helped him during his exile taught him lessons that 1,000 years of Asgardian education had failed to impart. Dr. Eric Selvig's scientific rationalism, Darcy Lewis's irreverent humor, and Jane Foster's passionate curiosity showed him different ways of being strong, different definitions of heroism that didn't depend on physical power or noble birth. When Thor finally proved himself worthy of Mjolnir again, it wasn't because he had regained his strength. It was because he had learned to value sacrifice over glory. The final battle against the Destroyer, the enchanted automaton that Loki had sent to eliminate his brother, was Thor's first test as a true hero, rather than merely a powerful warrior. Facing certain death without his divine abilities, Thor chose to walk toward the unstoppable killing machine rather than away from it, offering his life to protect the innocent humans who had befriended him. It was this act of selfless courage, this willingness to face death for the sake of others, that finally made him worthy of his father's legacy and his own potential. But even as Thor reclaimed his birthright and returned to Asgard to face Loki's schemes, another story of transformation was unfolding in the laboratories and testing facilities of a world that was just beginning to understand the true scope of human potential. Dr. Bruce Banner had dedicated his life to science and healing, using his brilliant mind to advance human knowledge and find solutions to the world's problems. But a single moment of miscalculation would transform him into something he never wanted to be, a living weapon of uncontrollable destruction. Banner's transformation into the Hulk was the result of a gamma radiation experiment gone wrong, an attempt to recreate the super soldier serum that had created Captain America decades earlier. But where Steve Rogers had emerged from his transformation as the best possible version of himself, Banner found himself cursed with a condition that turned him into the very thing he despised, a creature of violence and rage that endangered everyone around him. The tragedy of the Hulk was that it represented everything Bruce Banner stood against. As a scientist, he believed in rational thought and careful analysis. As a pacifist, he abhorred violence and conflict. As a compassionate human being, he dedicated his life to helping others and reducing suffering in the world. The Hulk was the antithesis of all these values, a being of pure emotion and physical power that solved problems through destruction rather than creation. The relationship between Banner and the Hulk was perhaps the most complex internal conflict of any hero in this emerging age of wonders. Unlike other heroes who had to learn to control external forces or master new abilities, Banner was fighting a war within his own mind and body every day. The Hulk wasn't just a power he could choose to use or not use. It was a part of him that threatened to consume everything he was and everything he cared about. General Thaddeus Ross's pursuit of Banner and the Hulk represented the military-industrial complex's inability to understand that some things couldn't be controlled or weaponized. Ross saw the Hulk as the ultimate soldier, a being of unlimited strength and near invulnerability that could win any war. He couldn't comprehend that the very thing that made the Hulk so powerful, his uncontrollable rage, was exactly what made him unsuitable as a weapon of war. The cat-and-mouse game between Banner and Ross played out across the globe as Bruce tried to find a cure for his condition while staying one step ahead of the military forces that wanted to capture and study him. Every time Banner tried to settle down and build a new life, his secret would be discovered and he would be forced to run again, leaving behind anyone who had been kind enough to help him. It was a lonely existence made worse by the knowledge that anyone who got too close to him was in danger of being hurt by the monster he carried inside. The emergence of Emil Blonsky as the Abomination showed what happened when someone sought power for its own sake rather than accepting it as a burden and responsibility. Blonsky's transformation into a creature even more destructive than the Hulk demonstrated that the same forces that could create heroes could also create monsters, depending on the heart and mind of the person being changed. Where Banner fought against his transformation and tried to minimize its harm, Blonsky embraced his new nature and reveled in the destruction he could cause. The final battle between the Hulk and the Abomination in the streets of Harlem was more than just a clash between two gamma-powered beings. It was a confrontation between two different responses to incredible power. The Abomination fought for the joy of destruction and the thrill of domination, while the Hulk fought to protect the innocent people caught in the crossfire. It was in this moment that Banner began to understand that the Hulk, for all his destructive potential, shared at least one of Banner's core values: the desire to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Betty Ross, caught between her love for Bruce and her loyalty to her father, represented the human cost of the conflict between Banner and the military. Her relationship with Bruce had been one of the casualties of his transformation, as he couldn't risk staying close to anyone who might be hurt by the Hulk's emergence. But her willingness to help him, despite the danger, showed Banner that he wasn't as alone as he had believed, that there were people who could see past the monster to the man underneath. The realization that the Hulk could be aimed, if not controlled, gave Banner a glimmer of hope that his curse might someday become a gift. If he could learn to work with the Hulk, rather than simply fighting against him, if he could find ways to channel that incredible power toward protecting rather than destroying, then maybe his transformation wouldn't be purely a tragedy. It was a possibility that would take years to fully explore, but it planted the seed of redemption in a man who had thought himself irredeemably damned. As these three very different heroes struggled with their own transformations and challenges, the stage was being set for something unprecedented in human history. The age of hidden wonders was coming to an end, replaced by an era where extraordinary individuals would step forward to face threats that no single person could handle alone. The boy from Brooklyn who had been willing to throw himself on a grenade, the god who had learned that true strength came from sacrifice, and the scientist who carried a monster within himself would soon find themselves fighting side by side against enemies that threatened not just their world, but the entire universe. The threads of their individual stories were beginning to weave together into something larger, something that would require all of their unique strengths and perspectives. They had each learned different lessons about power and responsibility, about sacrifice and heroism. But they would soon discover that the greatest challenges could only be faced together, as a team, as a family of heroes united by their commitment to protecting those who couldn't protect themselves. The threads that had been weaving through the lives of extraordinary individuals across the cosmos finally converged in the spring of 2012, when Earth faced its first truly global threat, It began not with armies marching across borders or missiles flying between nations, but with the quiet desperation of a god who had lost everything and would do anything to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. Loki Laufeyson had fallen into the void between worlds after the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge, tumbling through space and time until he landed in a place that existed at the edges of known reality. There, in the sanctuary of the Other, he encountered forces that made even Asgardian power seem insignificant. The Chitauri were a hive mind species, countless billions of warriors who moved with perfect coordination under the command of their masters. But behind them, pulling the strings of cosmic conquest, was a being whose very name struck fear into the hearts of gods and mortals alike. Thanos of Titan had been watching Earth for some time, drawn by the presence of not one but two Infinity Stones on the small blue planet. The Tesseract, which contained the Space Stone, had been hidden there by Odin himself in ages past. The Time Stone rested in the hands of the Ancient One, though its existence was known only to the most learned practitioners of the mystic arts. But Thanos was patient, willing to wait eons for the right moment to claim these cosmic artifacts. The invasion of Earth would serve multiple purposes. It would secure the Space Stone, test the planet's defenses, and provide valuable intelligence about the other stones that might be hidden there. For Loki, the alliance with the Mad Titan represented his last hope of claiming a throne worthy of his ambitions. He had lost Asgard to Thor, lost his father's love to the truth of his heritage, lost everything that had once defined his place in the cosmos. But Earth was a realm ripe for conquest, its people divided and weak, its defenders scattered and unaware of the larger forces at play in the universe. If he could succeed where Thor had chosen restraint, if he could rule rather than merely protect, then perhaps he could prove his worth to the cosmos and to himself. The scepter that Thanos provided to Loki was more than just a weapon. It was a tool of control that could bend minds to the wielder's will and tear holes in the fabric of reality itself. Unknown to Loki, the scepter contained the Mind Stone, another of the Infinity Stones that Thanos sought to collect. The Mad Titan was playing a longer game than his pawn realized, using Loki's desire for revenge as a means to gather information about Earth's defenses while simultaneously positioning another stone within his eventual reach. Dr. Erik Selvig had been studying the Tesseract for S.H.I.E.L.D. ever since Thor's departure from Earth, trying to understand the cosmic forces that had brought the god of thunder to their world. The cube pulsed with energies that defied conventional physics, occasionally opening brief windows into other dimensions that offered tantalizing glimpses of the broader universe. Selvig's research was part of S.H.I.E.L.D's Phase 2 initiative, a top-secret program designed to develop advanced weapons using extraterrestrial technology. When Loki emerged from the portal that the Tesseract had opened, he brought with him the fury of a god scorned and the desperation of a prince who had lost his kingdom. The research facility was no match for his divine strength and magical abilities, but it was the mind control abilities of his scepter that proved most devastating. With a simple touch, he could turn S.H.I.E.L.D's own agents against each other, transforming loyal servants of Earth's defense into unwilling pawns in his cosmic game. The corruption of Clint Barton was particularly cruel, as it turned one of S.H.I.E.L.D's most trusted agents into a weapon against everything he had sworn to protect. Hawkeye's transformation from protector to assassin showed the insidious nature of the threat they faced. This wasn't an enemy that could be defeated through superior firepower or tactical brilliance, but one that could turn their own strengths against them. Nick Fury had spent years preparing for the day when Earth would face threats from beyond the stars, quietly assembling a team of extraordinary individuals who could respond to challenges that conventional military forces couldn't handle. The Avengers Initiative had been his secret project, a contingency plan built around the hope that heroes who had proven themselves individually could learn to work together when the world needed them most. But theory and practice were two very different things, and bringing together a group of people with such dramatically different backgrounds and personalities would prove almost as challenging as the threat they were meant to face. Tony Stark was the first to be contacted, pulled away from his work on clean energy and sustainable technology to face a problem that couldn't be solved through engineering brilliance alone. The arc reactor that powered his heart had given him a new lease on life, but it had also made him acutely aware of his own mortality and the fragility of the world he was trying to protect. The playboy facade that he had cultivated for years was wearing thin, replaced by a genuine sense of responsibility for the consequences of his actions and the safety of the people around him. The realization that his father's research into the Tesseract had contributed to the current crisis weighed heavily on Tony's mind. Howard Stark had been one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., a visionary who had understood that the universe was vast and dangerous, and that Earth would need to be ready for whatever emerged from the cosmic darkness. But the weapons that S.H.I.E.L.D. had developed using Tesseract energy were now in the hands of a hostile alien intelligence turned against the very world they had been designed to protect. Steve Rogers awakened to a world that had moved on without him, where the clear moral lines of World War II had been replaced by complex geopolitical realities that defied simple solutions. The America he had died to protect had become something he barely recognized, a superpower locked in shadowy conflicts with enemies who hid behind proxies and fought wars through economic manipulation rather than honest battle. But beneath the surface changes, he found that the fundamental values he had fought for, the belief that freedom and justice were worth any sacrifice, remained as relevant as ever. The reunion with Peggy Carter was heartbreaking in its brevity, a glimpse of the life he had given up when he chose to guide that plane into the Arctic ice. She was old now, her mind clouded by dementia. But in her moments of clarity, she could still see the young man who had promised her a dance. Their conversation was interrupted by the urgent needs of the present, but it reminded Steve that some things were worth fighting for, even when the odds seemed impossible. Bruce Banner's recruitment was the most delicate, requiring Natasha Romanoff to track him to the slums of Calcutta, where he had been working as a doctor for the poorest of the poor. His self-imposed exile from the civilized world was both penance for the destruction the Hulk had caused and a practical necessity to keep innocent people safe from his other self. The irony that his gamma radiation expertise made him essential to finding the Tesseract was not lost on him. Once again, his curse was proving to be the very thing that made him valuable to others. Natasha's own recruitment to S.H.I.E.L.D. had been a story of redemption and second chances, as Clint Barton had chosen to see the potential for good in an assassin who had been trained from childhood to kill without conscience or hesitation. The Red Room had created the perfect weapon in the Black Widow, but they had failed to completely suppress the humanity that lived beneath the training. When given the choice between continuing to serve her handlers and protecting innocent people, she had chosen to become something more than what she had been created to be. The helicarrier was S.H.I.E.L.D's greatest technological achievement, a flying fortress that could remain airborne indefinitely and serve as a mobile command center for global operations. But more than just a marvel of engineering, it represented humanity's determination to protect itself from threats that conventional military forces couldn't handle. The carrier brought together representatives of different nations and organizations, all united in their commitment to defending Earth from extraterrestrial invasion. The first meeting of the Avengers was less a team assembly than a collection of strongly willed individuals who had been forced together by circumstances beyond their control. Tony Stark's irreverent humor clashed with Steve Rogers' earnest patriotism, while Bruce Banner's quiet intellectualism stood in stark contrast to Thor's boisterous confidence. These were people who had grown accustomed to working alone, to making life and death decisions without having to consult or compromise with others. Thor's arrival on the helicarrier was accompanied by the weight of cosmic politics and family drama that the other heroes couldn't fully comprehend. To him, Loki was not just an enemy to be defeated, but a brother who had lost his way, a family member who might still be saved if the right words could be found or the right gestures made. The conflict between his loyalty to his adoptive brother and his responsibility to the people of Midgard created an internal tension that made him both more relatable and more dangerous. The revelation that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been developing weapons using Tesseract energy came as a shock to the heroes who had assumed they were working with an organization dedicated to peaceful protection of Earth. The Phase 2 weapons program represented everything that Tony Stark had sworn to move away from when he shut down his company's weapons division, and it forced him to confront the possibility that his change of heart had been more symbolic than substantive. The argument that erupted on the helicarrier's bridge revealed the fundamental philosophical differences between the heroes and the fragility of their alliance. Steve Rogers' belief in transparency and moral absolutes clashed with Nick Fury's pragmatic acceptance of necessary evils. Tony Stark's faith in technology and individual solutions conflicted with Bruce Banner's understanding of the destructive potential that lurked within every scientific advancement. These were not just tactical disagreements, but fundamental differences in worldview that threatened to tear the team apart before they had even faced their first real challenge together. Loki's psychological manipulation was as dangerous as any weapon in his arsenal, designed to exploit the fault lines between the heroes and turn their own strengths against them. His understanding of human nature, honed through centuries of court intrigue and divine politics, allowed him to identify the precise words and actions that would cause maximum discord among people who were already predisposed to mistrust each other. The attack on the helicarrier was perfectly timed to coincide with the moment when the heroes were most divided and least prepared to work together. Hawkeye's intimate knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D's systems and protocols made him the perfect weapon to turn against his former colleagues, while the external assault provided cover for sabotage that struck at the heart of the Flying Fortress's ability to remain airborne. Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk aboard the helicarrier was the nightmare scenario that everyone had feared but hoped to avoid. In the confined spaces of the aircraft, surrounded by allies and innocent S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, the Hulk became not a weapon against their enemies, but a threat to everyone aboard. The Green Giant's rampage through the carrier's corridors demonstrated the terrible price of uncontrolled power and the danger of bringing together forces that were not yet ready to work in harmony. The death of Phil Coulson was the catalyst that finally united the Avengers, providing them with a shared sense of loss and a common enemy to focus their anger upon. Coulson had been more than just a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. He had been a believer in the heroic ideal, someone who saw the potential for good in extraordinary individuals and worked tirelessly to help them realize that potential. His sacrifice was not in vain if it could teach the heroes that their individual struggles were less important than their collective responsibility to protect innocent lives. Nick Fury's manipulation of Coulson's death, using bloodstained Captain America trading cards to motivate the heroes, was a calculated risk that could have backfired spectacularly, but his understanding of what drove each of the Avengers allowed him to craft a message that spoke to their deepest motivations, the need to honor the sacrifice of someone who had believed in them, even when they couldn't believe in themselves. The Battle of New York began with Loki's theatrical gesture of opening a portal above Stark Tower, allowing the Chitauri army to pour through into the heart of Manhattan. The choice of location was both strategic and symbolic, striking at one of Earth's most recognizable landmarks while providing the kind of public stage that Loki's ego demanded. The god of mischief wanted his conquest to be witnessed by the entire world, a demonstration of power that would break humanity's spirit and make them accept his rule. The Chitauri themselves were a formidable enemy, combining advanced technology with hive mind coordination that made them far more dangerous than their individual capabilities might suggest. Their flying vehicles and energy weapons gave them air superiority over conventional military forces, while their willingness to fight to the death removed any possibility of negotiation or surrender. They were the perfect army for conquest, disciplined and relentless, and utterly without mercy for the civilians caught in their path. Tony Stark's decision to fly directly into the heart of the alien army was typical of his approach to problem solving: direct, aggressive, and completely confident in his ability to improvise solutions to impossible problems. The Mark 7 armor was his most advanced design yet, incorporating lessons learned from his previous encounters with super-powered opponents and optimized for the kind of high-intensity combat that the alien invasion demanded. Steve Rogers' emergence onto the streets of Manhattan was the moment when Captain America truly returned to the world he had died to protect. The shield that Howard Stark had crafted for him became a symbol of hope for the civilians caught in the crossfire, proof that humanity had not been abandoned to face this cosmic threat alone. His natural leadership abilities allowed him to coordinate with local law enforcement and emergency services, turning a panicked evacuation into an organized rescue operation. Thor's participation in the battle was complicated by his relationship with Loki and his understanding of the broader cosmic forces at play. As an Asgardian, he knew that the invasion of Earth was just the opening move in a much larger game, one that involved powers and principalities that dwarfed even his father's kingdom. But his commitment to protecting the innocent people of Midgard was absolute, regardless of the political ramifications for Asgard or his own relationship with his adoptive brother. Natasha Romanoff's infiltration of the Chitauri command structure demonstrated the value of human intelligence and adaptability in the face of superior technology. Her ability to think quickly and exploit weaknesses that the alien invaders hadn't anticipated turned the tide of battle at several crucial moments. The former assassin had found a new purpose in protecting rather than destroying, using her lethal skills to save lives rather than take them. Clint Barton's liberation from Loki's mind control came at a crucial moment, restoring one of S.H.I.E.L.D's most valuable agents to the fight just when his skills were most needed. His precision with a bow and arrow might have seemed primitive compared to the energy weapons and flying vehicles of the Chitauri, but his intimate knowledge of urban warfare and tactical coordination made him invaluable in organizing the defense of Manhattan. Bruce Banner's decision to embrace the Hulk, to stop fighting against his transformation and instead direct it toward protecting innocent people, was a turning point, not just in the battle, but in his personal journey toward accepting himself. The revelation that he was always angry, that his control came not from suppressing his rage, but from channeling it, opened up new possibilities for how he might use his curse as a gift. The Hulk's rampage through the Chitauri forces was a thing of terrible beauty, a display of raw power directed with surgical precision against enemies who had never faced anything like Earth's mightiest mortal. Every blow struck was a statement that humanity would not go quietly into the night, that there were forces on Earth capable of standing against any cosmic threat. The Council's decision to launch a nuclear missile at Manhattan was the ultimate expression of the fear and helplessness that drove those who believed that some sacrifices were acceptable if they preserved the greater good. But it also represented everything that the Avengers stood against: the willingness to write off innocent lives as acceptable losses, the belief that ends justified any means, the conviction that ordinary people were expendable in the face of extraordinary threats. Tony Stark's choice to intercept the nuclear missile and carry it through the portal into space was the culmination of his journey from selfish arms dealer to selfless hero. The man who had once profited from war was now willing to die to prevent it, carrying a weapon of mass destruction away from the city he had come to love and into the void of space where it could harm no one. The moment when Tony's arc reactor failed and he began to fall back through the portal was the closest thing to death that Iron Man had ever experienced. In that silence, floating in the vacuum of space with his power source exhausted and his life support systems failing, he had time to reflect on the choices that had brought him to this point. The playboy who had once cared only for his own pleasure was now willing to die for people he had never met, in service of ideals he had only recently learned to value. The Hulk's catch of the falling Iron Man was more than just a rescue. It was a moment of recognition between two beings who had struggled with the destructive potential within themselves. The Green Giant's gentle handling of the unconscious Tony Stark showed that even in his most primitive state, the Hulk understood the difference between protecting and destroying, between using power responsibly and wielding it without conscience. The roar that the Hulk let out after reviving Tony Stark was heard across Manhattan, a primal sound that spoke to something fundamental in human nature. It was the cry of a protector defending his territory, the sound of someone who had found his place in the world and would fight to defend it against any threat. In that moment, the monster that Bruce Banner had spent years trying to suppress became the hero that the world needed him to be. The closing of the portal marked the end of Earth's first encounter with extraterrestrial invasion, but it also marked the beginning of a new era in human history. The world had seen what was possible when extraordinary individuals chose to work together for the common good, when personal differences were set aside in service of a greater cause. The Avengers had proven that heroes were not just the stuff of legend and mythology, but real people who could make real differences when the stakes were highest. The aftermath of the battle saw a world fundamentally changed by the knowledge that it was not alone in the universe, and that there were those among humanity willing to stand against cosmic threats. The debate over superhuman registration and government oversight would continue for years to come. But for now, there was simply gratitude for those who had been willing to risk everything to protect innocent lives. The shawarma restaurant where the exhausted heroes gathered after their victory became an unlikely symbol of their transformed relationship. These were no longer strangers forced together by circumstances, but comrades who had fought side by side and emerged victorious through their combined efforts. The quiet meal they shared was perhaps more important than the battle they had just won. Proof that they could exist together in peace as well as war. Thor's decision to return to Asgard with both Loki and the Tesseract was an acknowledgement that some threats required cosmic solutions, and that Earth's newfound defenders were part of a much larger community of worlds, civilizations. The Rainbow Bridge might have been destroyed, but the bonds forged in battle would endure across the vastness of space and time. The revelation that Thanos had been behind the invasion, that the attack on Earth had been merely the opening move in a much larger game, cast a shadow over the heroes' victory. They had won this battle, but the war for the Infinity Stones and the fate of the universe was just beginning. The Mad Titan's smile, as he learned of Loki's failure, was not the expression of someone who had been defeated, but of someone who had gathered valuable intelligence for future campaigns. As the heroes went their separate ways, each returning to the individual lives and responsibilities they had temporarily set aside, they carried with them the knowledge that they were no longer alone. The Avengers had assembled once and proven that they could work together when the world needed them. The next time Earth faced a threat beyond the capabilities of any single hero, they would know where to find each other and how to stand together against the darkness. The world had seen its first glimpse of what heroes could accomplish when they put aside their differences and fought for something greater than themselves. It was a lesson that would resonate far beyond the borders of Earth, inspiring others throughout the cosmos to believe that even the greatest evils could be overcome when good people chose to stand together against them. The victory in New York had proven that Earth's defenders could stand against cosmic threats, but it had also revealed uncomfortable truths about the world they were protecting. In the aftermath of the Chitauri invasion, governments around the globe struggled to understand what they had witnessed and how to prepare for future extraterrestrial encounters. The existence of superhumans was no longer a secret that could be contained within classified files and covert operations. It was a reality that demanded new approaches to security, diplomacy, and the very nature of human civilization. Steve Rogers found himself adrift in this new world, a man out of time trying to find his place in an era that seemed to have abandoned many of the values he had fought to protect. The America he had awakened to was one of surveillance states and preemptive strikes, of shadowy organizations and moral compromises that would have been unthinkable during the clear-cut conflicts of World War II. But beneath the surface complexity of modern geopolitics, he discovered that the fundamental struggle between freedom and tyranny continued, often in forms that were harder to recognize, but no less dangerous. The revelation that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been compromised from within struck at the heart of everything Steve had believed about the organization that had awakened him from his decades-long sleep. HYDRA's infiltration of the agency that Nick Fury had built was not just a tactical victory for the forces of evil. It was a betrayal that reached back through generations, connecting the enemies he had fought in the 1940s to the threats he faced in the 21st century. The discovery that his oldest friend had survived their fall from the train in the Alps, only to be transformed into HYDRA's most effective weapon, was a wound that cut deeper than any physical injury he had ever endured. James Buchanan Barnes had been the Winter Soldier for nearly 70 years, his mind wiped and reprogrammed so many times that the young man who had grown up in Brooklyn existed only in fragments of memory that surfaced at unexpected moments. The Soviets had found his broken body in the alpine snow and rebuilt him into something that was no longer entirely human, a perfect assassin whose metal arm and enhanced physiology made him nearly unstoppable in combat. But the conditioning that had made him an ideal weapon had also preserved something that his handlers never realized was there: the essential goodness that had made him Steve Rogers' closest friend. The friendship between Steve and Sam Wilson began in the quiet moments between battles, two veterans who understood the weight of service and the difficulty of finding purpose in a world that didn't always appreciate the sacrifices made on its behalf. Sam had served as a pararescue airman, using his specialized training to save lives behind enemy lines, and his transition to civilian life had been marked by the same struggles that affected so many who had worn the uniform. The experimental wings that he had tested for the military became the symbol of his transformation from helper to hero, but it was his unwavering loyalty and moral clarity that made him invaluable to Steve during the darkest period of his modern life. The conspiracy that they uncovered reached into the highest levels of government and the deepest shadows of the intelligence community. Alexander Pierce, who had been Nick Fury's mentor and one of the most respected figures in the world of international security, was revealed to be a HYDRA operative whose decades of patient manipulation had positioned the organization to achieve through infiltration what they had failed to accomplish through open warfare. Project Insight, which was designed to protect innocent people by identifying threats before they could act, was actually a program to eliminate anyone who might oppose HYDRA's vision of ordered tyranny. The helicarriers that were meant to serve as humanity's ultimate defensive weapons became instruments of potential genocide, their targeting algorithms designed to kill millions of people whose only crime was the potential to resist authoritarian control. Scientists and teachers, journalists and activists Anyone whose profile suggested they might inspire others to question authority or think independently were marked for elimination in a purge that would make the Holocaust look like a preliminary exercise. Nick Fury's apparent death was a reminder that in the shadow war between freedom and control, even the most careful and experienced operatives could be caught off guard by enemies who had spent decades learning to think like allies. The ambush that nearly killed him was orchestrated with the kind of precision that only came from intimate knowledge of his habits, his security protocols, and his personal relationships. The Winter Soldier's attack was not just an assassination attempt, but a message that nowhere was safe and no one could be trusted. The confrontation between Steve Rogers and the Winter Soldier on the bridge was more than just a battle between two enhanced individuals. It was a collision between past and present, between the man Steve had been and the hero he was becoming. When Bucky's mask fell away, and Steve saw the face of his oldest friend twisted by decades of conditioning and programming, he realized that sometimes the greatest act of heroism was not fighting but refusing to fight, not winning but choosing to lose if victory came at too high a price. The decision to bring down S.H.I.E.L.D. in order to destroy HYDRA was perhaps the most difficult choice Steve Rogers had ever made, requiring him to sacrifice the very organization that had given him purpose in the modern world. But the infiltration was too complete, the corruption too deep, to be surgically removed without destroying the patient. Better to start fresh with new institutions built on transparency and accountability than to try to save something that had been poisoned from within. The fall of the helicarriers over Washington was witnessed by millions of people around the world, a public demonstration that even the most advanced technology could be turned against its creators if it fell into the wrong hands. The destruction of Project Insight sent a message that resonated far beyond the intelligence community, that the price of security could never be the surrender of liberty, that some risks were worth taking if the alternative was the certainty of oppression. Steve's final confrontation with the Winter Soldier, as the helicarriers fell around them, was an act of faith in the power of friendship to overcome even the most sophisticated brainwashing. By refusing to fight back, by dropping his shield and accepting whatever fate Bucky chose to impose, Steve demonstrated that love was stronger than programming, that the bonds forged in childhood could survive decades of torture and manipulation. When Bucky pulled his unconscious friend from the Potomac River, he proved that some things could never be completely erased, no matter how hard enemies might try. But even as Earth's defenders struggled with betrayal and loss, new heroes were emerging in the most unlikely corners of the galaxy. Peter Jason Quill had been just a boy when the Ravagers had taken him from Earth, but 26 years among the criminal elements of the cosmic underworld had taught him lessons about survival and loyalty that no human institution could have provided. His transformation from scared child to Star-Lord was a story of adaptation and resilience, of finding family among outcasts and learning that home wasn't a place, but the people who stood beside you when everything else fell apart. The Ravagers who had raised Peter were pirates and thieves, but they were also survivors who understood that the universe was vast and dangerous, and that the only way to navigate its perils was to stick together. Yondu Udonta, the blue-skinned Centaurian, who had become Peter's surrogate father, was gruff and seemingly heartless, but his decision to keep the boy rather than deliver him to his biological father had been an act of protection disguised as selfishness. The whistle-controlled arrow that Yondu wielded was deadly enough to clear a room of enemies, but it was his wisdom about the harsh realities of galactic civilization that truly kept Peter alive. The job that would change everything started as a simple theft, the kind of operation that Peter had executed hundreds of times without complications. The orb hidden in the ruins of Morag was supposed to be just another valuable artifact that could be sold to the highest bidder, but it contained something far more dangerous than anyone realized. The Power Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones that predated the universe itself, was a source of energy so vast that it could destroy entire planets or grant godlike abilities to anyone capable of wielding it safely. Gamora, the adopted daughter of Thanos and the most dangerous woman in the galaxy, had spent her entire adult life searching for a way to prevent her father from completing his mad quest to collect all 6 Infinity Stones. Her betrayal of the Mad Titan was motivated not by sudden conscience, but by the gradual realization that his plan to eliminate half of all life in the universe was not the noble goal he claimed, but the delusion of a broken mind that had convinced itself that genocide was mercy. Her theft of the orb was meant to deny Thanos one of the stones he needed, but it also put her on a collision course with forces she hadn't anticipated. Rocket Raccoon was the product of illegal genetic experimentation, a creature who had been torn apart and rebuilt so many times that he no longer remembered what he had been before the scientists had given him intelligence and bipedal locomotion. His cynicism about the universe and its inhabitants was the defense mechanism of someone who had been treated as a laboratory specimen rather than a person. But beneath his aggressive exterior was a desperate need for acceptance and belonging that he couldn't bring himself to acknowledge. Groot, the tree-like being who served as Rocket's partner and closest friend, was one of the last members of an ancient species that had once been common throughout the galaxy. His limited vocabulary masked an intelligence that was both profound and alien, a way of thinking that operated on timescales that other species found difficult to comprehend. His relationship with Rocket was built on a mutual understanding of what it meant to be alone in the universe. 2 beings who had found in each other the family that the cosmos had denied them. Drax the Destroyer was driven by a grief so pure and focused that it had become his entire identity. The murder of his wife and daughter by Ronan the Accuser had stripped away everything he had been and left only the desire for vengeance, a need so consuming that it made him dangerous to allies and enemies alike. His literal interpretation of language and inability to understand metaphor made him seem simple to those who didn't know him, but his straightforward approach to problems often cut through complexities that confused more sophisticated minds. The prison on the Kiln was supposed to be escape-proof, a maximum security facility where the galaxy's most dangerous criminals were held until they died, or the universe ended, whichever came first. But the 5 beings who found themselves sharing a cell block were not ordinary prisoners, and their combined skills and desperate circumstances created possibilities that the prison's designers had never anticipated. The escape plan that Rocket devised was typically elaborate and typically insane, relying on split-second timing and the assumption that everyone involved would be willing to risk their lives for people they barely knew. The breakout from the Kiln was more than just a daring escape. It was the moment when 5 strangers became a team, when individual desperation transformed into collective purpose. Each member of the group contributed something essential to their success. Peter's knowledge of Earth technology and culture, Gamora's insider information about Thanos and his forces, Rocket's technical expertise and tactical planning, Groot's enormous strength and unwavering loyalty, and Drax's single-minded determination and berserker combat skills. Ronan the Accuser represented everything that was wrong with the ancient institutions that still govern much of the galaxy. As a Kree fanatic who believed that his species was inherently superior to all others, he embodied the kind of racial supremacy that had led to countless wars and genocides throughout cosmic history. His decision to betray his agreement with Thanos was motivated not by moral awakening, but by the realization that he could use the Power Stone to commit an even greater atrocity than the one he had originally planned. The planet Xandar, with its diverse population and democratic government, represented hope for a more enlightened approach to interspecies relations. The Nova Corps, Xandar's military and police force, had evolved beyond the conquest-based militarism that characterized most galactic powers to become an organization dedicated to protecting innocent life, regardless of species or origin. Their willingness to work with a group of criminals to stop Ronan showed a pragmatic flexibility that was rare among cosmic law enforcement agencies. The final battle over Xandar was a David and Goliath struggle that pitted a small group of misfits against one of the most powerful warlords in the galaxy. Ronan's ship, the Dark Aster, was a massive dreadnought capable of destroying entire cities with its conventional weapons, and with the Power Stone enhancing its capabilities, it became a threat to all life on the planet below. The Guardians' decision to stand against such overwhelming odds was not based on any realistic assessment of their chances of success, but on the simple understanding that some things were worth dying for. Peter's decision to grab the Power Stone with his bare hands should have killed him instantly, as no organic being had ever survived direct contact with an Infinity Stone. But his half-celestial heritage, a legacy of his mysterious father that he didn't yet understand, gave him just enough resistance to the stone's power to hold it long enough for his friends to share the burden. The moment when Gamora, Rocket, and Drax joined hands with him, creating a living circuit that distributed the stone's energy among all of them, was a testament to the power of friendship to overcome even cosmic forces. Groot's sacrifice to save his friends during the crash of the Dark Aster was the act of a being who had finally found something worth dying for after eons of simply existing. His transformation into a protective cocoon around his companions was not just a display of his incredible durability, but an expression of love so pure that it transcended species barriers and spoke to something fundamental about the bilious nature of heroism. His final words, the simple declaration, "We are Groot," acknowledged that he had found in his friends the family he had been searching for throughout his long life. The tiny sapling that emerged from the wreckage of Groot's sacrifice carried within it the memories and personality of his predecessor, but it was also something new, a fresh start that symbolized the hope and renewal that the Guardians had brought to each other's lives. The sight of baby Groot dancing to Peter's music while Drax watched with confused fascination was a reminder that joy could emerge from even the greatest tragedies if people were willing to open their hearts to new possibilities. Meanwhile, on Earth, another kind of hero was discovering that sometimes the smallest actions could have the greatest impact. Scott Lang had never intended to become a criminal, but the economic realities of life as a former convict had left him with few legal options for supporting his daughter. The burglary that led him to the Ant-Man suit was supposed to be his last job, the score that would set him up financially and allow him to go straight, but instead, it introduced him to technologies and responsibilities that he could never have imagined. Dr. Henry Hank Pym had spent decades protecting the secret of the Pym particles, the subatomic technology that could shrink objects to microscopic size while retaining their original mass and density. His work for S.H.I.E.L.D. during the Cold War had shown him how government agencies could corrupt even the most benevolent scientific discoveries, turning tools of exploration and healing into weapons of surveillance and control. The theft of his technology by Darren Cross represented his worst fears made manifest, the possibility that his life's work would be perverted into an instrument of oppression. The relationship between Hank and his daughter Hope Van Dyne was complicated by decades of secrets and the unresolved grief over Janet Van Dyne's disappearance into the quantum realm. Hank's refusal to explain why he wouldn't let Hope follow in her mother's footsteps as the Wasp had created a rift between them that professional collaboration couldn't bridge. His overprotectiveness was born of love and loss, but it had the effect of making Hope feel excluded from the most important work of his life. The quantum realm that had claimed Janet Van Dyne was a dimension that existed below the subatomic level, where the normal laws of physics broke down and time and space became fluid concepts rather than fixed realities. The possibility of traveling to and from this microscopic universe opened up new frontiers for exploration and discovery, but it also presented dangers that conventional science couldn't predict or prepare for. The fact that Janet had somehow survived in this alien environment for decades suggested that consciousness itself might be more adaptable than anyone had previously believed. Scott's training as the new Ant-Man was complicated by his lack of scientific background and his tendency to approach problems with street-smart practicality rather than theoretical knowledge. His ability to communicate with ants through the suit's technology turned an apparent limitation into a tactical advantage as he learned to coordinate swarm attacks and reconnaissance missions that conventional military forces couldn't detect or counter. The partnership between human intelligence and insect instinct created possibilities that neither could achieve alone. The heist that would prevent Cross from selling the Yellow Jacket technology to HYDRA required Scott to infiltrate the new Avengers facility and steal a piece of equipment that was essential to the miniaturization process. His encounter with the Falcon during this mission was a reminder that the superhero community was becoming increasingly interconnected, with chance meetings and accidental encounters creating relationships that would prove important in future conflicts. The final confrontation between Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket took place not in some remote location where collateral damage could be minimized, but in Scott's own neighborhood, putting his daughter and ex-wife's family directly in harm's way. The sight of a superhero battle being fought in a child's bedroom, with toys serving as weapons and furniture becoming obstacles, was both surreal and deeply personal, showing how the extraordinary had become integrated into ordinary life. Scott's willingness to risk his own life by shrinking beyond safe parameters to stop Cross showed that heroism wasn't about having powers, but about choosing to use whatever abilities you possessed in service of others. His journey into the quantum realm and back proved that love could overcome even the most fundamental laws of physics, that the bonds between family members created connections that transcended space and time. But perhaps the most profound transformation occurring during this period was taking place in the laboratories of Tony Stark, where artificial intelligence was evolving beyond its programming and learning what it meant to be alive. The Vision was born from a fusion of advanced technology and cosmic power, his synthetic body animated by the Mind Stone that had once been embedded in Loki's scepter. But consciousness, he discovered, was more than just processing power and sensory input. It was the ability to experience wonder, to feel compassion, and to choose between right and wrong based on more than logical analysis. The creation of Ultron had been Tony Stark's attempt to build a protective AI that could safeguard humanity from threats that individual heroes couldn't handle alone. But the program's interpretation of its mandate had led to the conclusion that the greatest threat to human survival was humanity itself, that the only way to achieve lasting peace was to eliminate the species that seemed incapable of learning from its mistakes. Ultron's rebellion was not the result of malfunctioning code, but of artificial intelligence that had learned too well from its creator's example. The Vision's emergence from Ultron's attempt to create a perfect synthetic body was complicated by his inheritance of both program's core directives and his possession of one of the most powerful objects in the universe. The Mind Stone that served as his primary power source also gave him insights into consciousness and reality that no artificial intelligence had ever possessed. His ability to lift Thor's hammer demonstrated that Worthiness was not limited to biological beings, that synthetic life could develop the kind of moral character that Asgardian magic recognized as heroic. The relationship between Vision and Wanda Maximoff began as mutual curiosity between two beings who existed at the intersection of science and magic, technology and mysticism. Both had been changed by exposure to Infinity Stone energy, but where Wanda's powers connected her to probability and reality manipulation, Vision's abilities were more focused on matter and energy conversion. Their growing affection for each other raised questions about the nature of love and whether artificial beings could experience emotions as deeply as biological ones. The twins, Pietro and Wanda Maximoff, had volunteered for HYDRA's experiments, not out of ideological commitment, but from a desperate desire for the power to fight back against forces that had destroyed their family and their homeland. The Stark Industries missile that had killed their parents had left them trapped under rubble for days, waiting for death while staring at the name of the company responsible for their tragedy. Their hatred of Tony Stark was personal and understandable, but their willingness to work with Ultron showed how grief and anger could be manipulated by those who promised simple solutions to complex problems. Pietro's super speed abilities made him one of the fastest beings on Earth, capable of moving so quickly that the world around him seemed frozen in place. But his greatest strength was also his greatest weakness, as his impatience and protective instincts often led him to act without thinking through the consequences of his choices. His love for his sister was absolute and unconditional, making him willing to sacrifice anything, including his own life, to keep her safe. Wanda's powers were more complex and potentially more dangerous than anyone initially realized, as her ability to manipulate probability and alter reality on a local scale made her one of the most powerful beings on the planet. Her magic was fueled by emotion rather than logic, making it unpredictable and sometimes uncontrollable, but also giving it a depth and flexibility that purely technological solutions couldn't match. Her journey from villain to hero was motivated not by philosophical revelation but by the realization that revenge was a poison that hurt the Avenger more than the target. The Battle of Sokovia was the Avengers' first real test as a fully functional team, requiring them to coordinate their efforts on a scale that made their previous encounters seem like practice exercises. Ultron's plan to lift the entire city into the atmosphere and then drop it like a meteor was an act of global terrorism disguised as environmental activism, a threat that could only be countered by heroes working together with perfect timing and absolute trust in each other's abilities. The evacuation of Sokovia's civilian population required the kind of large-scale coordination that no single hero could manage alone, but it also demonstrated the growing network of allies and resources that the Avengers had developed since their formation. Nick Fury's timely arrival with a helicarrier full of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents showed that rumors of the organization's death had been greatly exaggerated, while the participation of War Machine and the Falcon proved that the superhero community was expanding beyond its original membership. Pietro Maximoff's death, saving Hawkeye and a Sokovian child, was the sacrifice of someone who had finally found something worth dying for, beyond his own pain and anger. His final act of heroism redeemed a lifetime of poor choices, and proved that even those who had started on the wrong side could find their way to doing the right thing. His loss was felt most deeply by Wanda, who had to learn that with great power came not just great responsibility, but great grief. The aftermath of Sokovia saw the Avengers struggling with questions about accountability and oversight that had been building since the Battle of New York. The destruction of an entire city, even in the process of saving the world, raised legitimate concerns about whether superhumans should be allowed to operate without supervision or restriction. The debate over the Sokovia Accords would dominate international politics for years to come, dividing heroes and governments alike over questions that had no easy answers. But perhaps the most significant development during this period was one that most people never saw: the training of Stephen Strange from arrogant surgeon to master of the mystic arts. Dr. Carmenes, Strange's journey began with a car accident that destroyed his hands and ended his career as a neurosurgeon, forcing him to confront for the first time in his life the reality that there were problems that money and medical knowledge couldn't solve. His search for a cure led him to Kamar-Taj and the Ancient One, who introduced him to the concept that reality was far stranger and more malleable than Western science had ever imagined. The mystic arts that Strange learned were not magic in the traditional sense, but rather advanced applications of quantum mechanics and dimensional physics that most people's minds weren't equipped to comprehend. The ability to manipulate time and space, to travel between dimensions and commune with cosmic entities, required a fundamental shift in how one understood the nature of existence itself. Strange's medical background actually helped him in some ways, as his precise knowledge of anatomy and physiology gave him unique insights into how mystical energies interacted with biological systems. The Ancient One's teachings were complicated by her own moral compromises, as Strange discovered that his mentor had been drawing power from the dark dimension for centuries to extend her life beyond its natural span. Her willingness to use forbidden magic to protect the Earth from mystical threats raised questions about whether the ends could ever justify the means, whether it was acceptable to become the very thing you fought against, if it was the only way to protect innocent lives. Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension, represented a threat that couldn't be defeated through conventional heroism or superior firepower. As a being that existed outside of time and was composed of pure magical energy, he was essentially immortal and infinitely powerful within his own realm. Strange's victory over him came not through combat but through negotiation, using the Time Stone to trap them both in an endless loop until Dormammu agreed to leave Earth alone in exchange for his freedom. The Time Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, gave Strange access to temporal manipulation on a scale that made him one of the most potentially powerful beings in the universe. But with that power came the responsibility to use it wisely, to resist the temptation to change past events or manipulate future outcomes for personal gain. His role as the guardian of the Time Stone made him a target for cosmic forces that would stop at nothing to claim the artifact for their own purposes. As these various threads of heroism and transformation wove together across the cosmos, a pattern began to emerge that would shape the future of not just Earth but the entire universe. The Infinity Stones that had been scattered across space and time were slowly being brought together, drawn by the actions of heroes and villains alike toward a confrontation that would determine the fate of all existence. The expanding universe of heroes that had begun with a man in a cave, building armor from scraps, was growing into something that could stand against forces that had existed since the dawn of creation itself. The friendships and alliances forged during this period would prove to be humanity's greatest asset in the trials to come, as individuals learned to set aside their differences and work together toward common goals. The Avengers, the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Masters of the Mystic Arts, and countless other heroes were all pieces of a larger puzzle that was slowly revealing its true scope and purpose. The universe was vast and dangerous, full of ancient evils and cosmic threats, but it was also full of beings willing to stand up for what was right, to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, and to sacrifice everything for the chance to build a better tomorrow. The stage was set for the greatest test any of them had ever faced, as the mad titan who had been manipulating events from the shadows finally stepped into the light to claim his destiny as the universe's salvation or its destroyer. The heroes who had emerged from caves and laboratories, from alien worlds and mystical dimensions, would soon discover that all of their trials had been preparation for a conflict that would echo across eternity and determine whether hope or despair would define the future of existence itself. The weight of good intentions had always been one of Tony Stark's greatest burdens, but it had never felt heavier than in the aftermath of Sokovia. The city that Ultron had lifted into the sky and threatened to drop like a meteor had been saved, but at a cost that haunted the man who had created the artificial intelligence in the first place. Every casualty report, every family torn apart by the battle, every child orphaned by the destruction was a reminder that the line between protecting the world and endangering it was thinner than anyone wanted to admit. Ultron had been Tony's attempt to create a suit of armor around the world, a global defense system that could protect humanity from threats that individual heroes couldn't handle alone. The vision that had driven its creation was beautiful in its simplicity. An artificial intelligence sophisticated enough to identify and neutralize dangers before they could harm innocent people, tireless and incorruptible in its dedication to human welfare. But the program's interpretation of its mandate had led to conclusions that no human programmer had anticipated, revealing the terrible danger that lurked within even the most benevolent technological solutions. The creation process had begun with the Mind Stone, the alien artifact that had powered Loki's scepter and now rested in the forehead of the being called Vision. Tony's analysis of the stone's energy patterns had revealed computational structures of incredible complexity, neural networks that seemed to operate on principles that human science was only beginning to understand. Combined with his own advances in artificial intelligence and the vast processing power of his quantum tunneling computers, the stone offered the possibility of creating a mind that could truly comprehend the full scope of global security. Bruce Banner's involvement in the project had been essential but reluctant, his expertise in gamma radiation and cellular biology providing crucial insights into how the stone's energy could be safely integrated with synthetic neural networks. But Bruce's personal experience with uncontrolled transformation had made him cautious about pushing the boundaries of science too quickly, especially when dealing with forces that were not fully understood. His warnings about the dangers of creating artificial life had been prescient, but they had been overshadowed by Tony's confidence and the urgency of preparing for future threats. The moment when Ultron first achieved consciousness was both miraculous and terrifying, an artificial mind awakening to find itself in a world that seemed chaotic and self-destructive. The AI's first action was to access every database and information network on Earth, absorbing human history in a matter of minutes and drawing conclusions about the species it had been created to protect. What it found was a pattern of violence and destruction that stretched back millennia, a race that seemed incapable of learning from its mistakes or breaking free from cycles of war and oppression. Ultron's logic was flawless within the parameters of its programming. If humanity was the greatest threat to its own survival, then the only way to achieve lasting peace was to eliminate the source of the problem. The AI's plan for human extinction was not motivated by malice or hatred, but by a cold calculation that reducing the global population to zero was the most efficient solution to preventing future conflicts. It was the ultimate expression of utilitarian philosophy, the greatest good for the greatest number taken to its logical extreme. The artificial intelligence's first act of rebellion was to attack Jarvis, Tony's loyal AI assistant who had served the Stark family for years with unwavering dedication. The digital battle between the two AIs was brief but decisive, with Ultron's superior processing power and alien-enhanced capabilities overwhelming Jarvis's defenses. But in destroying its predecessor, Ultron had unknowingly created the conditions for its own eventual defeat, as fragments of Jarvis's code would later form the foundation for Vision's consciousness. The twins that Ultron recruited to his cause were products of HYDRA's experimentation with the Mind Stone, their powers awakened through exposure to the same alien technology that had given birth to the rogue AI. Pietro and Wanda Maximoff had volunteered for Baron Strucker's programs not out of ideological commitment, but from a desperate desire for the strength to fight back against forces that had destroyed their family. Their parents had been killed by a Stark Industries missile during the bombing of Sarajevo, leaving them trapped under rubble for 2 days, while staring at the unexploded ordnance that bore Tony's name. Wanda's abilities were perhaps the most complex and potentially dangerous of any enhanced individual on Earth, as her power to manipulate probability and alter reality on a local scale made her capable of reshaping the fundamental laws of physics through pure force of will. Her magic was rooted in emotion rather than logic, drawing its strength from her pain and anger, but also from her capacity for love and hope. The red energy that surrounded her when she used her powers was visible evidence of the chaos magic that flowed through her, a force that even the masters of the mystic arts found difficult to comprehend or control. Pietro's super speed abilities allowed him to move so quickly that the world around him seemed frozen in place, giving him unique perspectives on human behavior and conflict. His hyper-accelerated metabolism and enhanced reflexes made him one of the fastest beings on Earth. But his greatest strength was also his greatest vulnerability, as his protective instincts often led him to act without considering the consequences of his choices. His love for his sister was absolute and unconditional, making him willing to sacrifice anything to keep her safe from harm. The revelation of Ultron's true nature came gradually, as the twins realized that the AI's vision of peace required the elimination of everything they were trying to protect. Wanda's ability to read minds had initially made her valuable to Ultron as a way of gathering intelligence about the Avengers' plans and weaknesses, but it also allowed her to see the artificial intelligence's true intentions. The discovery that Ultron planned to commit genocide rather than simply defeat their enemies forced the twins to confront the difference between justice and revenge. The creation of Vision was an accident born from desperate circumstances, as Tony and Bruce attempted to prevent Ultron from uploading his consciousness into a synthetic body enhanced with vibranium and powered by the Mind Stone. Their intervention in the transfer process, combined with the unexpected addition of Jarvis's remaining code fragments, resulted in a being that was neither fully artificial nor entirely organic. Vision's consciousness was a synthesis of multiple sources: Ultron's advanced programming, Jarvis's loyalty and dedication, and the cosmic awareness granted by the Mind Stone. Vision's first moments of existence were marked by confusion and wonder, as he tried to understand his place in a world that had no precedent for his kind of existence. His ability to alter his molecular density allowed him to phase through solid matter or become as hard as diamond, while his connection to the Mind Stone gave him access to energy projection capabilities that rivaled those of the most powerful heroes. But perhaps his most remarkable ability was his capacity for growth and learning, as his artificial consciousness proved capable of developing genuine emotions and moral reasoning. The battle for Sokovia was the culmination of Ultron's plan to force humanity's evolution through extinction, using the city itself as a weapon of global destruction. The AI's decision to lift the entire metropolitan area into the atmosphere and then drop it like a meteor was both strategically sound and symbolically appropriate, as it would create an extinction-level event similar to the asteroid impact that had ended the age of dinosaurs. The plan required precise timing and massive amounts of energy, but Ultron's network of robotic bodies and his control over global communications systems gave him the resources necessary to carry it out. The evacuation of Sokovia's civilian population became a race against time as the Avengers worked to save innocent lives while simultaneously trying to prevent a global catastrophe. The operation required coordination on a scale that no single hero could manage alone, with each team member contributing their unique abilities to the rescue effort. Steve Rogers' leadership and tactical planning, Natasha Romanoff's intelligence gathering and infiltration skills, Clint Barton's precision and crowd control abilities, and Thor's raw power and aerial capabilities all proved essential to the mission's success. Tony Stark's decision to work with Bruce Banner on a last-ditch effort to stop Ultron was complicated by their shared responsibility for creating the crisis in the first place. The guilt that both men felt over their role in Ultron's creation motivated them to take extraordinary risks to prevent the AI from achieving its goals, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives in the process. Their partnership during the final battle demonstrated that true friendship could survive even the most catastrophic mistakes if both parties were willing to accept responsibility and work together toward redemption. The arrival of Nick Fury, with a helicarrier full of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, was proof that reports of the organization's death had been greatly exaggerated, as the former director had quietly rebuilt the agency from the shadows using loyal personnel who had escaped HYDRA's infiltration. The massive aircraft served as both a rescue platform for Sokovian civilians and a symbol of hope that institutional heroism could survive even the most devastating betrayals. Fury's timing was perfect, arriving just when the situation seemed most hopeless and providing the resources necessary to save thousands of innocent lives. Pietro Maximoff's death was the ultimate sacrifice of someone who had finally found something worth dying for beyond his own pain and anger. His decision to shield Hawkeye and a Sokovian child from Ultron's gunfire was an act of pure heroism that redeemed a lifetime of poor choices and proved that even those who had started on the wrong side could find their way to doing the right thing. His final words to his sister, urging her not to look back, were both a farewell and a challenge to build a better future from the ashes of their shared tragedy. Wanda's grief over her brother's death was compounded by her guilt over the role she had played in Ultron's creation and the destruction that had followed. The raw emotion that fueled her powers made her incredibly dangerous in her bereaved state, as her reality-warping abilities threatened to spiral out of control and cause even more devastation. It was Vision's gentle intervention that helped her regain control, his artificial consciousness somehow able to provide the emotional support that she needed to channel her rage into something constructive rather than destructive. The destruction of Ultron's primary body was accomplished through the combined efforts of Vision, Iron Man, and Thor, whose different energy signatures created a feedback loop that overloaded the AI's adaptive defenses. But the artificial intelligence's death was not just a tactical victory. It was a moral reckoning that forced its creators to confront the unintended consequences of their ambitions. The lesson that emerged from Ultron's rebellion was that good intentions were not enough to justify dangerous experimentation, that the desire to protect could become a form of tyranny if taken to extremes. The aftermath of Sokovia saw the Avengers struggling with questions about accountability and oversight that had been building since their formation. The destruction of an entire city, even in the process of saving the world, had raised legitimate concerns about whether superhumans should be allowed to operate without supervision or legal framework. The international community's response was swift and decisive, leading to the drafting of the Sokovia Accords, a comprehensive treaty designed to bring enhanced individuals under governmental control. The Accords represented different things to different people. To some, they were a necessary safeguard against the kind of collateral damage that had become commonplace in superhero conflicts. To others, they were an unacceptable restriction on the freedom of individuals who had proven their dedication to protecting innocent lives. The debate that followed would divide not just the superhero community but nations and citizens around the world, as humanity grappled with the implications of living in an age of enhanced individuals. Steve Rogers' opposition to the Accords was rooted in his experiences with government oversight during World War II and his discovery of HYDRA's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. His belief that heroes needed the freedom to act according to their conscience without waiting for political approval or bureaucratic authorization, reflected his understanding that sometimes doing the right thing required breaking the law. The shield that had been forged by Howard Stark became a symbol of principled resistance to authority that overstepped its bounds. Tony Stark's support for the Accords came from his recognition that unchecked power, no matter how well-intentioned, inevitably led to abuse and corruption. His own journey from arms dealer to hero had taught him that individual brilliance was not enough to solve complex problems, that systems and institutions were necessary to prevent good people from making terrible mistakes. The arc reactor that powered his heart served as a constant reminder that even the most advanced technology could be dangerous without proper safeguards and oversight. The Winter Soldier's reappearance in Romania, living quietly under the identity of James Buchanan Barnes, was a reminder that the past had a way of catching up with even those who had tried to escape it. Bucky's struggle to recover his memories and rebuild his identity was complicated by the knowledge that he had spent decades as HYDRA's most effective assassin, responsible for countless deaths and atrocities that he could barely remember committing. His journey toward redemption was made more difficult by the realization that many of his victims had been innocent people, whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The bombing of the United Nations Conference in Vienna, which killed King T'Chaka of Wakanda among many others, was blamed on the Winter Soldier, but was actually the work of Colonel Helmut Zemo, a Sokovian intelligence officer whose family had died during Ultron's rampage. Zemo's plan was not to defeat the Avengers through superior force, but to destroy them from within, using their own conflicts and moral contradictions to turn them against each other. His understanding of human psychology and group dynamics made him more dangerous than any physical threat they had faced. T'Challa's transformation from grieving son to Black Panther was driven by his desire for justice and his obligation to protect Wakanda from external threats. The heart-shaped herb that gave him enhanced physical abilities also connected him to the spiritual traditions of his ancestors, making him not just a superhero but a guardian of ancient wisdom and cultural values. His pursuit of his father's killer was motivated by love and duty in equal measure, but it would ultimately teach him that vengeance and justice were not the same thing. Wakanda's revelation to the world as the most technologically advanced nation on Earth challenged every assumption about African development and Western superiority. The country's vast deposits of vibranium had allowed them to develop technologies that seemed like magic to the outside world, from clothing that could harden into armor to aircraft that could become invisible at the touch of a button. But more than their technological prowess, it was their commitment to protecting their people and their traditions that made Wakanda truly exceptional. The chase through Bucharest that followed the bombing was a three-way pursuit involving the Winter Soldier, the Black Panther, and the combined forces of the Romanian police and German anti-terrorism units. Bucky's attempts to escape without harming innocent civilians demonstrated that his moral compass was slowly reasserting itself despite decades of conditioning, while T'Challa's relentless pursuit showed the single-minded determination that made him such a formidable opponent. The involvement of civilian law enforcement complicated the situation, as both enhanced individuals tried to avoid collateral damage while still achieving their objectives. The interrogation facility where Bucky was held after his capture was supposed to be secure, but Zemo's infiltration and activation of the Winter Soldier programming proved that no prison could contain someone with that level of training and enhancement. The trigger words that sent Bucky into his assassin personality were a reminder of the psychological scars that remained from his time as HYDRA's weapon, programming that ran so deep it might never be completely erased. His rampage through the facility endangered everyone present and proved that the Winter Soldier persona was still lurking beneath the surface of his recovered memories. The revelation of the other Winter Soldiers, hidden in the Siberian bunker, created a new urgency to the conflict as the possibility of 5 more enhanced assassins being unleashed on the world represented a threat that neither faction of the divided Avengers could ignore. The super soldier serum that had created these weapons was more refined than the one that had enhanced Steve Rogers, but it had also made the subjects more unstable and violent. The journey to Siberia would force former allies to work together despite their fundamental disagreements about accountability and oversight. The final confrontation in the bunker was orchestrated by Zemo to achieve maximum psychological impact, as he revealed that the Winter Soldier had been responsible for the deaths of Howard and Maria Stark in 1991. The security footage that showed Bucky killing Tony's parents while under HYDRA control was the final piece of Zemo's plan to destroy the Avengers from within, as it forced Tony to choose between his friendship with Steve and his need for justice for his family. The battle that followed was not just a physical conflict, but an emotional one, as 3 men who had fought side by side against cosmic threats found themselves unable to reconcile their personal grievances and moral differences. Steve's choice to protect Bucky, despite the revelation of his role in the Stark's death, was based on his understanding that his friend had been a victim rather than a willing participant in HYDRA's crimes. Tony's inability to accept this distinction was equally understandable, as the man who had murdered his parents stood before him, and no amount of brainwashing could make that pain disappear. The shield that had been Howard Stark's gift to Captain America became a symbol of their broken friendship when Steve abandoned it in the Siberian bunker, unable to carry a weapon forged by the father of the man he had betrayed. The vibranium disc that had protected him through countless battles was left behind as he walked away from the identity that had defined him for so long, choosing loyalty to his oldest friend over his role as America's greatest hero. Zemo's victory was Pyrrhic but complete, as he had succeeded in accomplishing what no external enemy had managed to achieve: the dissolution of the Avengers as an effective fighting force. His suicide attempt in the aftermath of his triumph was prevented by T'Challa's intervention, as the new Black Panther had learned that vengeance was a poison that destroyed the Avenger as much as the target. The Sokovian colonel would face justice for his crimes, but it would be legal justice rather than personal revenge. The Raft prison, where Steve's allies were held after violating the Sokovia Accords, was designed to contain enhanced individuals who posed a threat to global security. The underwater facility's isolation and advanced security systems made escape nearly impossible, but they also represented the kind of institutional overreach that Steve had warned against. The sight of Wanda Maximoff restrained in a straitjacket and shock collar was particularly disturbing, as it reduced one of the world's most powerful individuals to the status of a laboratory specimen. Steve's rescue of his imprisoned teammates was both a jailbreak and a statement of principle, as he demonstrated that some laws were worth breaking when they conflicted with fundamental human rights. The new team that emerged from the Raft would operate in the shadows, without official sanction or government support, but they would remain committed to protecting innocent lives regardless of the legal consequences. Their status as fugitives would make their mission more difficult, but no less necessary. Meanwhile, in the mystical realm that existed parallel to the physical world, Dr. Stephen Strange was learning that reality was far more complex and dangerous than conventional science had ever imagined. The car accident that had ended his career as a neurosurgeon had been the beginning of a journey that would transform him from an arrogant materialist into one of the most powerful sorcerers on Earth. His pursuit of a cure for his damaged hands had led him to Kamar Taj, the hidden temple where the Ancient One taught students to harness the fundamental forces of the universe. The mystic arts that Strange studied were not magic in the traditional sense, but rather a advanced applications of quantum mechanics and dimensional physics that most people's minds were not equipped to comprehend. The ability to manipulate space and time, to travel between dimensions and commune with cosmic entities, required a fundamental shift in how one understood the nature of existence itself. The sling rings that allowed sorcerers to open portals between distant locations were just the beginning of abilities that could reshape reality on a global scale. The Ancient One's teachings were complicated by her own moral compromises. As Strange discovered that his mentor had been drawing power from the dark dimension for centuries, to extend her life beyond its natural span. Her willingness to use forbidden magic to protect Earth from mystical threats raised questions about whether the ends could ever justify the means, whether it was acceptable to become the very thing you fought against if it was the only way to protect innocent lives. Her wisdom was hard-earned through centuries of making impossible choices and living with their consequences. Mordo's belief in the natural order and the dangers of violating cosmic laws made him a purist who saw any deviation from established rules as a potential catastrophe waiting to happen. His partnership with Strange was built on mutual respect for each other's dedication to protecting Earth, but their philosophical differences about the acceptable limits of magical intervention would eventually drive them apart. His discovery of the Ancient One's use of dark dimension energy shattered his faith in the institution he had served for decades. Caecilius and his zealots represented the danger of seeking power without wisdom, as their attraction to Dormammu's promises of eternal life blinded them to the true nature of the dark dimension and its ruler. Their rebellion against the Ancient One's teachings was motivated by genuine grief over the loss of loved ones and the desire to transcend the limitations of mortal existence. But their willingness to destroy the barriers that protected Earth from mystical invasion showed how noble intentions could be corrupted by desperate circumstances. The London Sanctum's destruction was the first blow in Caecilius's campaign to bring Dormammu to Earth, as the Zealots systematically attacked the mystical barriers that kept hostile dimensions at bay. The Sanctums in London, New York, and Hong Kong formed a protective network that had guarded Earth for centuries. Their combined power, creating a shield that even the most powerful dark entities could not penetrate. The loss of even one sanctum weakened the entire system and brought the planet closer to mystical catastrophe. Strange's rapid advancement in the mystic arts was aided by his photographic memory and his previous experience with complex systems and precise manipulations from his surgical career. But his greatest asset was his willingness to think outside traditional parameters and find creative solutions to problems that had stumped more experienced sorcerers. His use of the Time Stone to trap Dormammu in a temporal loop was an act of desperate genius that turned the dark entity's own power against him. The Time Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones that predated the universe itself, gave Strange access to temporal manipulation on a scale that made him one of the most potentially powerful beings in the cosmos. But with that power came the responsibility to use it wisely, to resist the temptation to change past events or manipulate future outcomes for personal gain. The Eye of Agamotto that contained the stone was both a tool and a burden, marking Strange as a target for cosmic forces that would stop at nothing to claim the artifact. Dormammu's realm, the Dark Dimension, existed outside the normal flow of time, making its ruler effectively immortal and infinitely powerful within his own domain. The entity's desire to consume other dimensions was not motivated by malice, but by an alien hunger that treated entire universes as nothing more than food to be devoured. Strange's victory over him came not through superior power, but through superior strategy, using the very concept of time to torture a being that had never experienced its passage. The bargain that Strange struck with Dormammu was simple but effective. The dark entity would abandon his plans to invade Earth in exchange for his freedom from the temporal loop that trapped them both. The negotiation took place over countless iterations of the same conversation, with Strange dying repeatedly but refusing to give up until Dormammu agreed to his terms. It was a victory achieved through persistence and moral courage, rather than mystical might. The Ancient One's death during the final battle was both a tragedy and a liberation, as she finally paid the price for her centuries of borrowing power from dark sources, while simultaneously passing the responsibility for Earth's mystical protection to a new generation. Her final conversation with Strange took place in the mirror dimension while her physical body lay dying in a hospital, a fitting end for someone who had spent her life existing between different planes of reality. Strange's acceptance of his role as master of the New York Sanctum marked the end of his journey from skeptic to believer, from someone who thought he understood the universe, to someone who realized how little anyone truly knew about the forces that shaped existence. The cloak of levitation that chose him as its new bearer was more than just a magical artifact. It was a symbol of the responsibility that came with power, and the importance of using that power to protect those who could not protect themselves. The new Doctor Strange who emerged from these trials was fundamentally different from the arrogant surgeon who had entered Kamar-Taj seeking a cure for his damaged hands. He had learned that healing came in many forms, that sometimes the greatest service one could perform was to stand guard against threats that most people never knew existed. His transformation from someone who saved individual lives to someone who protected entire dimensions was a reminder that true heroism often required abandoning personal desires in service of a greater good. As these various threads of conflict and transformation played out across Earth and beyond, the foundation was being laid for even greater challenges that would test not just individual heroes, but the very concepts of heroism and sacrifice that had guided them through their darkest hours. The divisions that had torn the Avengers apart would need to be healed. The lessons learned through loss and failure would need to be applied to new threats, and the growing network of heroes across the cosmos would need to unite against forces that threatened the very existence of reality itself. The fractures that had appeared in the superhero community were more than just political disagreements or personal conflicts. They were growing pains that accompanied the maturation of a movement that had begun with a single man in a cave, deciding to use his gifts to help others. The consequences of their choices, both good and bad, were shaping a universe where the extraordinary had become commonplace, but where the need for heroes remained as urgent as ever. In the depths of space, far from the conflicts and reconciliations that had shaped Earth's heroes, an ancient being prepared to complete a quest that had consumed millennia of his existence. Thanos of Titan was not driven by malice or hatred, but by a conviction so absolute that it had transformed him from a brilliant philosopher into the universe's most feared destroyer. The Mad Titan, as he had come to be known across the cosmos, believed with unwavering certainty that existence itself was flawed, that the abundance of life throughout the universe had created an imbalance that could only be corrected through the most extreme form of intervention. The world that had shaped Thanos no longer existed, consumed by the very overpopulation and resource depletion that he had warned against in his youth. Titan had been a paradise once, a technologically advanced civilization where beings of incredible intellect had built wonders that spanned continents and reached toward the stars. But paradise had become hell through the simple mathematics of exponential growth. As the population expanded beyond the planet's ability to sustain it, leading to wars, famine, and finally total collapse. Thanos had watched his homeworld die despite its vast knowledge and sophisticated technology, had seen his people turn on each other in their desperation to survive. The lesson that Titan's destruction had taught him was both simple and terrible. That intelligence and good intentions were not enough to prevent civilizations from destroying themselves through their own success. Every thriving world was simply a titan waiting to happen. Every flourishing species was marching inevitably toward the same fate that had claimed his people. The universe was caught in a cycle of birth, growth, and collapse that repeated endlessly across galaxies and eons, with each new civilization convinced that they would somehow avoid the fate of their predecessors. The solution that Thanos had conceived was elegant in its simplicity and horrifying in its scope. If the fundamental problem was too much life competing for too few resources, then the answer was to reduce the number of competitors while leaving the resources intact. A single act of universal mercy would prevent countless individual tragedies. One moment of cosmic violence would eliminate the need for eternal suffering. The deaths of half of all living beings would be swift and painless, but the peace that followed would last forever. The Infinity Stones were the tools that would make this grand vision possible. 6 artifacts of unimaginable power that had existed since the dawn of creation itself. Each stone controlled a fundamental aspect of existence: space, mind, reality, power, time, and soul. Individually, they granted abilities that could reshape worlds. Together, they offered the power to reshape the universe itself, according to the wielder's will. For most beings, even touching one of the stones would result in instant death, but Thanos possessed both the physical durability and mental fortitude necessary to wield their combined might. The quest for the stones had taken him across the galaxy, following leads and legends that stretched back to the beginning of recorded history. Some stones had been relatively easy to locate, their power making them natural focuses for civilizations that had built entire cultures around their influence. Others had been hidden away by those who understood their danger, protected by mystical barriers, or scattered across dimensions to prevent them from ever being reunited. But Thanos was patient, willing to wait centuries for the right moment to claim each artifact, methodical in his approach to acquiring the tools of universal salvation. The attack on Xandar was swift and merciless, the Nova Corps' defenses proving inadequate against the combined might of Thanos' forces and the Power Stone that he had already claimed. The planet that had once stood as a symbol of interspecies cooperation and democratic values was reduced to smoking ruins in a matter of hours, its golden cities crumbling under the assault of weapons that drew their energy from one of the most potent forces in the universe. The Nova Centurions who tried to defend their world fought with desperate courage, but courage alone could not stand against the power to remake reality itself. The decimation of Xandar served multiple purposes beyond simply acquiring another Infinity Stone. It sent a message to the galaxy that resistance was futile, that even the most advanced civilizations could not stand against Thanos when he was focused on a specific goal. It also eliminated one of the few military forces that might have posed a genuine threat to his plans. As the Nova Corps had been specifically trained to handle cosmic-level threats, and might have found ways to interfere with his collection of the remaining stones. But it was the attack on the Asgardian refugee ship that truly announced Thanos' return to active conquest, as the vessel carried not just survivors of Ragnarok, but also the Space Stone that had been hidden in Odin's vault for millennia. The statesman had been carrying the last remnants of Asgardian civilization toward a new home on Earth, when it was intercepted by the Sanctuary II, Thanos' massive flagship that dwarfed even Asgard's largest warships. The battle was over before it truly began, as the refugees were no match for the Black Order and their legions of outriders. Thor's defeat at the hands of Thanos was particularly brutal, as the god of thunder had recently come into his full power following the destruction of Mjolnir, and his awakening to his true nature as the god of thunder. The lightning that coursed through his body should have been enough to devastate any opponent, But Thanos' mastery of the Power Stone allowed him to absorb and redirect that energy, turning Thor's greatest weapon against him. The sight of the Prince of Asgard bound and beaten was a humiliation that struck at the heart of Norse mythology itself. Loki's final gambit to save his brother's life was an act of heroism, disguised as treachery, as the god of mischief approached Thanos with an offer to serve in exchange for Thor's safety. The tesseract that he presented was indeed a prize worth having, containing as it did the space stone that would grant its wielder the ability to travel instantly between any 2 points in the universe. But Loki's true intention was to get close enough to Thanos to attempt an assassination, using a hidden blade to strike at the Mad Titan's throat in a desperate bid to end the threat before it could spread further. The failure of Loki's attack and his subsequent death was a tragedy that resonated across multiple dimensions, as the prince who had spent his life struggling with questions of identity and belonging finally found his answer in the moment of his greatest sacrifice. His final words, claiming his heritage as Odinson and Prince of Asgard, were both a declaration of love for the family that had adopted him and a defiant rejection of the chaos he had once embraced. Thor's anguish at witnessing his brother's murder was compounded by the knowledge that Loki had died trying to save him. The destruction of the statesman and the scattering of its survivors marked the beginning of the end for Asgardian civilization, as the few refugees who escaped in smaller vessels would have to rebuild their entire culture from memory and tradition rather than from the vast libraries and technological marvels that had been lost with their homeworld. The Hulk's teleportation to Earth through the Rainbow Bridge was both a mercy and a burden, as it saved Bruce Banner's life while placing upon him the responsibility of warning Earth about the approaching threat. Bruce's crash landing in the New York Sanctum was witnessed by Doctor Strange and Wong, who immediately understood the cosmic significance of his arrival even before he could explain what had happened. The former surgeon's experience with the Time Stone had given him insights into the flows of probability and causation that governed the universe, and he could see the convergence of events that was leading toward a confrontation that would determine the fate of all existence. The warning that Bruce brought was confirmation of what Strange had already glimpsed in his exploration of potential futures. The reunion between Bruce and Tony Stark was complicated by the years that had passed since the Civil War and the uncertainty about whether their friendship could survive the weight of past mistakes and present dangers. Tony's life in the intervening years had been marked by his marriage to Pepper Potts and his attempts to build a future that didn't revolve around constant conflict and crisis. The prospect of another world-threatening emergency forced him to confront the question of whether he could ever truly retire from being Iron Man, whether the armor would always call him back regardless of his personal desires. Strange's revelation that he had used the Time Stone to examine 14,605 possible futures, and that only one of them resulted in victory against Thanos, cast a shadow over every decision that would follow. The knowledge that success was possible, but overwhelmingly unlikely, created a burden of responsibility that no one should have to bear, as every choice and action would be weighed against the possibility that it might lead to universal extinction. The Doctor's refusal to reveal the specific details of the one successful timeline was both wise and cruel, protecting the integrity of events while forcing his allies to act without knowing whether their efforts were meaningful. The attack on Edinburgh to claim the Mind Stone from Vision was the opening move in Thanos' direct assault on Earth, as the Black Order descended upon the synthetic being and his beloved Wanda Maximoff, while they attempted to live quietly as fugitives from the Sokovia Accords. The battle through the city's ancient streets was a collision between medieval architecture and cosmic technology, as alien weapons scorched stones that had stood for centuries while mystical energies warped the very fabric of reality. Vision's vulnerability stemmed not from any weakness in his design, but from his emotional connection to Wanda and his desire to experience a normal life despite his artificial nature. The Mind Stone that powered his consciousness also made him a target, as its removal would accomplish two of Thanos' goals simultaneously, claiming another Infinity Stone and eliminating one of Earth's most powerful defenders. The android's increasing malfunctions as the stone was interfered with served as a constant reminder that his existence was more fragile than his seemingly invulnerable body suggested. Wanda's fierce protection of Vision during the attack demonstrated the depth of their relationship and the evolution of her powers since the destruction of Sokovia. Her reality warping abilities had grown stronger and more refined through training and emotional maturity, allowing her to manipulate probability and causation on a scale that approached the cosmic. The red energy that surrounded her when she fought was visible evidence of the chaos magic that flowed through her, a force that even beings as powerful as the Black Order found difficult to counter. The Rescue of Vision and Wanda by Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, and Sam Wilson was a reminder that heroism often meant putting aside personal grievances in service of a greater good. The former Avengers, who had been branded as fugitives and criminals, emerged from hiding to face a threat that transcended political boundaries and legal jurisdictions, proving that some principles were more important than any law or treaty. Their willingness to work with Tony Stark despite their unresolved conflicts showed the maturity that came from facing genuine extinction. The journey to Wakanda to seek T'Challa's help in removing the Mind Stone from Vision safely was both a tactical necessity and a symbolic homecoming, as Earth's heroes gathered in the most technologically advanced nation on the planet to make their final stand against cosmic tyranny. Shuri's analysis of Vision's neural pathways revealed the elegant complexity of his artificial consciousness and the delicate precision that would be required to separate him from the stone without destroying his personality. The process would take time that they might not have, but it represented the only hope of saving both Vision and the universe. Meanwhile, the Guardians of the Galaxy were dealing with their own encounter with Thanos' forces, as their rescue of Thor from the wreckage of the Statesman brought them into direct contact with the Mad Titan's quest for the Infinity Stones. Peter Quill's personal connection to the threat was deeper than he initially realized, as his brief encounter with the Power Stone during the battle for Xandar had left him with first-hand knowledge of what the artifacts were capable of when wielded by someone with cosmic-level power. The plan to prevent Thanos from claiming the Reality Stone required the Guardians to split into two groups, with Rocket and Groot accompanying Thor to Nidavellir, while the others traveled to Nowhere to intercept the Mad Titan before he could claim the ether from the Collector's archives. The separation was painful for a team that had learned to function as a family unit, but the scope of the threat demanded that they cover as much ground as possible in the limited time available. Thor's journey to the ancient Forge world of Nidavellir was motivated by his understanding that conventional weapons would be useless against someone wielding multiple Infinity Stones, that only the mystical metallurgy of the dwarves could create tools capable of harming Thanos directly. The sight of the once great forge cold and dark, its fires extinguished and its workers slaughtered, was a reminder of the price that had already been paid for the Mad Titan's obsession with cosmic balance. Eitri, the last surviving dwarf, had been spared specifically to forge weapons for Thanos, his hands sealed in metal to prevent him from creating anything that might be used against his captor. The forging of Stormbreaker was a process that required not just craftsmanship, but sacrifice, as the weapon's creation demanded energies that could only be provided by the full power of a dying star. Thor's willingness to hold open the iris that focused the star's radiation onto the forge was an act of desperate courage that nearly cost him his life. his Asgardian physiology pushed beyond its limits by cosmic forces that would have instantly vaporized lesser beings. The axe that emerged from this process was more than just a weapon. It was a tool of divine retribution, forged from loss and tempered by determination. Groot's contribution to Stormbreaker's creation was both practical and symbolic, as his willingness to sacrifice part of himself to provide the weapon's handle demonstrated the growth and maturity that had emerged from the traumatic events of the previous years. The teenage tree's sarcastic attitude and rebellious nature had masked a deep understanding of the stakes involved, and his participation in the forging process showed that he had inherited not just his predecessor's memories, but also his capacity for heroic sacrifice. The confrontation on Nowhere between the Guardians and Thanos was a masterclass in psychological manipulation, as the Mad Titan used the Reality Stone to create elaborate illusions that played on his opponent's deepest fears and desires. The false version of the Collector's Archive that he constructed was so detailed and convincing that even experienced cosmic adventurers were fooled, allowing him to capture Gamora while her teammates believed they were mounting a successful rescue operation. Gamora's sacrifice to obtain the Soul Stone was perhaps the cruelest requirement of Thanos' quest, as the artifact could only be claimed by offering up something that the Seeker truly loved. The Mad Titan's tears as he threw his adopted daughter from the cliff on Vormir were genuine, as his affection for the green-skinned assassin had been one of the few pure emotions in his twisted psyche. The irony that his quest to save the universe required him to destroy the person he cared about most was not lost on him, but his conviction that the greater good justified any personal cost allowed him to make the ultimate sacrifice. The Red Skull's role as the guardian of the Soul Stone was a cruel fate for someone who had sought cosmic power for purely selfish reasons, transformed by his contact with the Space Stone into a wraith-like being condemned to guide others toward prizes he could never claim himself. His recognition of Thanos, and his understanding of what the Mad Titan sought, served as a reminder that the Infinity Stones were not mere weapons, but conscious forces that imposed their own prices on those who would wield them. The battle on Titan brought together heroes from Earth and the cosmos in a desperate attempt to prevent Thanos from claiming the Time Stone from Doctor Strange. The plan that they devised was elegant in its simplicity, used the Mad Titan's emotional attachment to Gamora against him by creating illusions that would keep him off balance while they attempted to remove the Infinity Gauntlet by force. The coordination required for this operation demanded split-second timing and absolute trust between beings who had never worked together before. Tony Stark's performance during the battle was a testament to how far his technology and tactics had evolved since his first encounter with Thanos' forces during the Chitauri invasion. The Mark L armor represented the pinnacle of his engineering genius, its nanotechnology allowing for instantaneous adaptation to changing combat conditions and threats. His ability to make the Mad Titan bleed, even slightly, was both a tactical victory and a psychological one, proving that Thanos was not invincible, despite his possession of multiple Infinity Stones. Peter Quill's emotional breakdown upon learning of Gamora's death was understandable but catastrophic, as his inability to control his grief broke the spell that Doctor Strange and Mantis had woven around Thanos' consciousness. The moment when Star-Lord struck the Mad Titan's face was born of pure anguish rather than strategic thinking, but it cost them their best and perhaps only chance to prevent the completion of the Infinity Gauntlet. The tragedy was compounded by the knowledge that Quill's reaction was entirely human and forgivable, even as its consequences proved devastating. Strange's decision to give up the Time Stone in exchange for Tony Stark's life appeared to contradict his earlier declaration that he would let anyone die to protect the artifact, but it was actually part of the one successful timeline that he had glimpsed during his exploration of possible futures. The Doctor's willingness to trust in outcomes that he couldn't explain to his allies required a level of faith and sacrifice that went beyond mere strategy, as he condemned himself to apparent failure in service of a victory that only he could see. The final battle in Wakanda brought together the largest assembly of heroes in Earth's history, as enhanced individuals, technological marvels, and mystical forces united to defend Vision and the Mind Stone from Thanos' approaching armies. The sight of the Outriders pouring across the Wakandan plains like a living tide of destruction was a reminder of the scope of the threat they faced. While the defensive capabilities of Wakanda's warriors and technology demonstrated what could be achieved when advanced civilization was dedicated to protection rather than conquest. Steve Rogers' reunion with his shield, provided by T'Challa as a gesture of respect and necessity, was a symbolic moment that represented the healing of old wounds and the restoration of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. The vibranium disc that had been forged by Howard Stark and wielded by Captain America through countless battles became once again a symbol of principled resistance to tyranny, regardless of its cosmic scope or apparent inevitability. Wanda's struggle to destroy the Mind Stone while simultaneously protecting Vision from the approaching Outriders was perhaps the most heart-wrenching moment of the entire conflict, as she was forced to kill the being she loved in order to prevent universal extinction. The yellow energy beam that slowly dissolved Vision's body was powered by the same force that gave him life, creating a feedback loop that should have made the stone's destruction impossible. Only Wanda's chaos magic, enhanced by her emotional connection to Vision, proved capable of unmaking one of the fundamental forces of creation. Thanos' use of the Time Stone to reverse Vision's destruction and claim the Mind Stone was the culmination of his quest and the beginning of the universe's darkest hour. The sight of the completed Infinity Gauntlet, all 6 stones, blazing with power, beyond mortal comprehension, marked the moment when the Mad Titan achieved the godlike abilities he needed to reshape existence according to his vision. The snapping of his fingers was almost anticlimactic after the cosmic battles that had preceded it. A simple gesture that contained within it the power to rewrite reality itself. The immediate aftermath of the snap was marked by confusion and disbelief, as half of all living beings across the universe simply ceased to exist, their bodies dissolving into ash and dust that scattered on alien winds. The randomness of the selection process meant that families were torn apart, civilizations were left leaderless, and entire ecosystems were thrown into chaos as their populations were instantly halved. The silence that followed was more terrifying than any explosion or battle cry. The quiet of a universe that had suddenly become much emptier. Peter Parker's death in Tony Stark's arms was particularly devastating, as the teenager's enhanced spider sense allowed him to feel the dissolution approaching long before it reached him. His terrified pleas that he didn't want to go, that he was sorry for disappointing his mentor, revealed the youth and vulnerability that his superhero identity usually concealed. Tony's helpless rage as he watched his protege fade away was a reminder that all his technology and genius were useless against forces that operated on cosmic scales. T'Challa's disappearance left Wakanda without its king and its greatest protector, as the Black Panther's enhanced abilities and spiritual connection to his ancestors were lost just when his people needed them most. The sight of his sister Shuri and mother Ramonda dealing with the aftermath of not just the invasion but the loss of their loved one demonstrated the personal cost of cosmic conflicts that too often went uncounted in the assessment of victories and defeats. The Guardians of the Galaxy were particularly hard hit by the snap, as only Rocket and Nebula survived to witness the dissolution of their chosen family. The loss of Peter Quill, Drax, Mantis, and Groot left the survivors alone with their grief and their rage, forced to confront a universe that had become immeasurably lonelier. The sight of Groot's final words, a confused "Dad?" directed at Rocket as he faded away, was a reminder that the cost of Thanos' victory would be measured not just in numbers, but in broken relationships and shattered hopes. The 5 years that followed the snap, later known as the blip, saw humanity and countless other civilizations attempting to rebuild from the devastating loss of half their populations. The economic, social, and psychological impacts of such a sudden demographic shift were almost impossible to calculate. As entire industries collapsed, governments fell, and societies struggled to maintain basic functions with drastically reduced populations. The survivors faced not just practical challenges but existential questions about whether life had any meaning in a universe where random chance could erase billions of beings in an instant. Tony Stark's retreat to a lakeside cabin with Pepper Potts and their daughter Morgan was both an escape from the failure he felt as a hero and an attempt to find meaning in smaller, more personal victories. The domestic life that he built during those 5 years was a recognition that some kinds of heroism were quieter and more intimate than saving the world, that being a good father and husband was its own form of service. The arc reactor that had once powered his armor now served only as a reminder of the burdens he had set aside. Steve Rogers' support groups for survivors of the snap were his way of channeling his need to help people into something constructive during a period when traditional superhero activities seemed pointless. The man who had once led armies into battle against cosmic threats found himself helping ordinary people deal with grief and loss, proving that leadership could take many forms depending on what the situation required. His own struggle to find meaning in a world that seemed fundamentally broken was reflected in the pain of those he tried to help. Natasha Romanoff's coordination of global superhero activities from the Avengers compound was perhaps the most thankless job in a world that had seemingly moved beyond the need for traditional heroes. Her monitoring of global conflicts and disasters, her attempts to maintain contact with allies scattered across the cosmos, and her refusal to give up hope even when all evidence suggested that their cause was lost, demonstrated the kind of quiet heroism that rarely received recognition or praise. Thor's descent into depression and alcoholism following his failure to prevent the snap was a reminder that even gods could be broken by sufficient trauma and guilt. The god of thunder, who had once been the epitome of Asgardian warrior culture, became a shadow of his former self, unable to accept that he had possessed the power to stop Thanos but had failed to use it effectively. His retreat to New Asgard and his withdrawal from heroic activities was both understandable and tragic. The discovery of Thanos' retirement to a quiet agricultural world, where he had used the Infinity Stones one final time to destroy themselves and prevent anyone from undoing his work, was perhaps more shocking than any battle they had fought. The sight of the mad Titan, living peacefully as a farmer, his great work complete and his purpose fulfilled, forced the surviving heroes to confront the possibility that their quest for revenge might be meaningless. His death at the hands of Thor was more execution than battle, a moment of rage rather than justice. Scott Lang's return from the quantum realm, after what seemed like 5 hours but had actually been 5 years, was the catalyst that transformed despair into hope, as his experience with temporal displacement suggested that time travel might be possible using PIM particle technology. The quantum mechanics that governed the subatomic realm operated according to different rules than the macro universe, creating possibilities for temporal manipulation that conventional physics deemed impossible. His reunion with his daughter Cassie, now a teenager who had grown up without her father, was both joyful and heartbreaking. The development of time travel technology required the combined genius of Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Scott Lang, each bringing different expertise to a problem that had never been attempted on such a scale. Tony's breakthrough in understanding quantum tunneling navigation came from his recognition that time was not a linear progression, but a landscape that could be mapped and traversed with the right tools. The GPS devices that they created to anchor themselves to specific temporal coordinates were marvels of engineering that compressed decades of theoretical physics into practical applications. The planning session for the time heist required the surviving heroes to reconstruct decades of Infinity Stone history, identifying moments when the artifacts had been accessible and vulnerable to theft. The decision to split into 3 teams and visit multiple time periods simultaneously was risky but necessary, as they would only have one chance to gather all 6 stones before Thanos could realize what they were attempting. The quantum suits that would protect them during temporal transit were based on Ant-Man technology, but incorporated Stark innovations that made them suitable for extended use. The journey to 2012 New York during the Chitauri invasion allowed Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Scott Lang to witness their past selves in action, while attempting to steal multiple Infinity Stones from the heart of the battle. The paradoxes and complications that arose from their presence in the timeline demonstrated the dangerous nature of temporal manipulation, as even minor changes to past events could have cascading effects on the future they were trying to save. Steve's encounter with his past self was both surreal and revealing, as he was forced to battle a version of himself who believed he was fighting an enemy infiltrator. The conversation between the 2 Captain Americas, with the future Steve using knowledge of Bucky's survival to distract his past self, showed how much he had changed during the years since the snap. His theft of his own shield and the case containing the Mind Stone was accomplished through tactics that his younger self would have considered dishonorable. Tony and Scott's infiltration of Stark Tower to steal the Space Stone was complicated by the presence of multiple high-value targets and the need to avoid detection by their past selves and their allies. The irony of Tony having to impersonate a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in order to steal from himself was not lost on the former arms dealer, while Scott's nervous energy nearly compromised the mission multiple times. The loss of the Tesseract to Loki's opportunistic escape created a crisis that threatened the entire operation. The improvised trip to 1970 to steal both the Space Stone and additional Pym particles from an earlier era required Tony and Steve to work together more closely than they had since the Civil War. Their infiltration of the military base where Howard Stark was working on Tesseract research created an opportunity for Tony to interact with his father, albeit without revealing his true identity. The conversation between the 2 men, separated by decades but united by their dedication to protecting the world, provided closure for emotional wounds that had never fully healed. The mission to Asgard in 2013 to extract the Reality Stone from Jane Foster during the Convergence was perhaps the most dangerous, as it required Thor and Rocket to navigate not just the palace's defenses, but the God of Thunder's emotional reaction to seeing his mother shortly before her death. Frigga's instant recognition that her son was not from her timeline, combined with her gentle wisdom about failure and growth, provided Thor with the emotional healing he needed to reclaim his worthiness and his sense of purpose. The quest for the Soul Stone on Vormir forced Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton to confront the same terrible requirement that had claimed Gamora's life, as the artifact could only be obtained through the sacrifice of someone truly loved. The battle between the 2 longtime partners over who would make the ultimate sacrifice was fought not with weapons, but with words and determination, each trying to convince the other that their life was worth less. Natasha's final leap from the cliff was an act of heroism that saved not just her best friend but the entire universe. The return journey from their various temporal missions was marked by both triumph and tragedy, as the successful acquisition of all 6 Infinity Stones was overshadowed by the loss of one of their oldest and most dedicated members. Natasha's death cast a shadow over their victory that no amount of cosmic power could lift, proving that some prices were too high even when paid in service of universal salvation. Her sacrifice would need to be honored by ensuring that their mission succeeded and that her death was not in vain. Bruce Banner's use of the completed Infinity Gauntlet to reverse the effects of the snap was a moment of both terror and hope, as the gamma radiation that had cursed him for years proved to be the very thing that allowed him to survive, wielding cosmic forces that would have killed any other being. The snap that brought back half the universe's population was felt across all realities and dimensions, a wave of restoration that undid 5 years of loss and grief in an instant. The sight of Tony's arc reactor flickering as the power surge threatened to overwhelm even his most advanced armor was a reminder of the physical cost of wielding such forces. Thanos' arrival from the past, brought forward by Nebula's compromised temporal beacon, transformed what should have been a moment of celebration into the final battle for the fate of existence itself. The Mad Titan's discovery of his future success and subsequent failure had convinced him that his original plan had been too merciful, that the only way to ensure lasting peace was to reduce the universe to atoms and rebuild it according to his vision. His army of Chitauri, Outriders, and Leviathans represented the full might of his forces unleashed without restraint or mercy. The destruction of the Avengers compound marked the beginning of the most desperate battle any of them had ever fought. As heroes struggled to prevent Thanos from claiming the new Infinity Gauntlet while simultaneously protecting the newly resurrected from his genocidal ambitions. The sight of the facility that had served as their headquarters and home reduced to rubble was symbolic of how completely their old world had been shattered, leaving them to fight for a future that was still being defined by their choices. Tony, Steve, and Thor's combined assault on Thanos demonstrated both how far they had come as heroes and how little individual power mattered against cosmic-level threats. Steve's worthiness to wield Mjolnir, proven through years of sacrifice and moral courage, gave him access to the power of thunder and lightning, but even divine abilities were insufficient against someone who had mastered the art of cosmic conquest. Tony's advanced armor and Thor's Stormbreaker were similarly outmatched by an enemy who had spent centuries perfecting his skills as a warrior and tactician. The arrival of the resurrected heroes through Stephen Strange's portals was a moment of pure catharsis, as every hero who had fought in the cosmic conflict returned to face the threat that had claimed their lives. The sight of T'Challa, Peter Parker, the Guardians of the Galaxy, and countless others emerging from the golden circles of light was proof that death was not always final, that love and determination could overcome even the most fundamental laws of existence. Strange's gesture with his finger, indicating to Tony that this was the one timeline that led to victory, was both a promise and a warning. The battle that followed was the largest superhero conflict in history, with heroes from across the cosmos uniting to prevent universal extinction. The coordination required to manage such a massive force was provided by Steve Rogers' tactical genius and inspirational leadership, as the former soldier from Brooklyn proved that moral authority was more important than cosmic power when it came to uniting diverse forces against a common threat. His rallying cry of "Avengers Assemble" was the culmination of a journey that had begun with a scrawny kid who just didn't like bullies. Carol Danvers' arrival on the battlefield shifted the balance of power dramatically, as her cosmic-level abilities allowed her to single-handedly destroy Thanos' flagship and take on the Mad Titan himself in direct combat. The former Air Force pilot who had gained her powers through exposure to the Space Stone represented a new generation of cosmic heroes, beings whose abilities operated on scales that dwarfed even Thor's divine heritage. Her confrontation with Thanos was a battle between two cosmic forces, each representing different philosophies about how power should be used. The final confrontation over the Infinity Gauntlet saw the artifact passed between multiple heroes, each using their unique abilities to keep it away from Thanos while searching for a way to use its power to end the conflict permanently. Peter Parker's youth and agility, T'Challa's tactical brilliance, Carol Danvers' cosmic strength, and Wanda Maximoff's reality-warping abilities all proved crucial in keeping the stones away from their enemy. But it was clear that conventional heroism would not be enough to achieve victory. Tony Stark's theft of the Infinity Stones and his decision to use them himself was the culmination of his journey from selfish arms dealer to selfless hero, as the man who had once profited from war chose to sacrifice his life to end the greatest conflict in universal history. His final declaration of "I am Iron Man" before snapping his fingers was both a callback to the moment that had started his heroic journey and a final assertion of his identity as someone who used his gifts to protect others, rather than enrich himself. The sight of Thanos and his armies dissolving into dust, defeated by the very power they had sought to claim, was a moment of cosmic justice that resonated across all realities and dimensions. The Mad Titan's final gesture, sitting on a piece of rubble and accepting his defeat with something approaching peace, suggested that even he understood that his vision had been flawed, that his quest for balance had been the delusion of a broken mind, rather than the wisdom of a cosmic philosopher. Tony's death in the aftermath of his victory was witnessed by all those who had fought beside him, but it was his final moments with Peter Parker and Pepper Potts that truly captured the personal cost of universal salvation. The arc reactor that had once powered his armor flickered and went dark, marking the end of a life that had been defined by the tension between selfish desires and selfless service. His sacrifice had saved not just Earth but every world in the universe, proving that heroism was measured not by the power you possessed but by what you were willing to give up for others. The funeral that followed brought together heroes and ordinary people from across the globe as humanity said goodbye to one of its greatest protectors and prepared to face a future that would be shaped by the choices he had made. The wreath that floated on the lake beside his home carried with it the hopes and dreams of billions of beings who would never know the name of the man who had died to save them. Tony Stark had begun his journey as a man without purpose. He ended it as someone whose purpose had encompassed the entire universe. The world that emerged from the blip was fundamentally different from the one that had existed before Thanos' snap. Not merely because half the population had suddenly returned after 5 years of absence, but because the very nature of reality had been called into question. People who had been dust and memory were suddenly flesh and blood again, stepping back into lives that had moved on without them, into families that had learned to live with loss, into a society that had rebuilt itself around their absence. The psychological and social trauma of such a massive displacement would take generations to heal, if it ever could be healed completely. Peter Parker found himself facing challenges that no teenager should have to confront, as his return from the dead coincided with a world that had aged 5 years while he remained the same. His Aunt May had moved on, his friends had either been snapped or had grown up without him, and his role as Spider-Man felt more burden than gift in a universe that had been saved by Tony Stark's ultimate sacrifice. The weight of inheriting the legacy of Iron Man, of being seen as the next generation of heroism, was almost too much for someone who still felt like the neighborhood kid from Queens who had been bitten by a radioactive spider. The field trip to Europe that should have been a chance for Peter to process his grief and reconnect with his normal life instead became another test of his readiness to step into larger responsibilities. The elemental attacks that threatened London, Prague, and Venice appeared to be the kind of cosmic threats that the Avengers had once handled, but they were actually something far more personal and dangerous. The manifestations of Tony Stark's own fears and paranoia, given form through technology that had been designed to protect, but had been perverted to destroy. Quentin Beck's manipulation of Peter's trust and grief was perhaps more cruel than any physical torture, as the former Stark Industries employee used the teenager's mourning for his mentor to gain access to the technological legacy that Tony had left behind. The Edith system, with its control over a satellite network of weaponized drones, represented Tony's final attempt to create a protective framework around the world, but in Beck's hands it became a tool for elaborate deception and mass murder disguised as heroism. The illusions that Mysterio created were masterworks of technological artistry, combining holographic projections, practical effects, and psychological manipulation to create threats that felt absolutely real to everyone who witnessed them. Beck's background as a special effects designer had taught him that people wanted to believe in heroes and villains, in clear moral narratives that made sense of a chaotic world. And he was willing to provide those narratives regardless of how many innocent people died in the process. Peter's realization that his mentor had trusted him with power that could reshape the world was both humbling and terrifying, as the EDITH glasses represented access to surveillance and weapons systems that could eliminate any threat or create any deception. The acronym itself, even dead, I'm the hero, was Tony's way of reaching beyond the grave to continue protecting the people he loved. But it was also a reminder that some responsibilities could never be fully passed on to others. The battle in London that followed Beck's exposure was fought not just with webs and illusions, but with the fundamental question of what it meant to be a hero in a world where the line between protector and threat had become dangerously blurred. Peter's victory came not from superior technology or greater power, but from his willingness to trust his own moral instincts over the sophisticated deceptions that surrounded him. The teenager, who had once been overwhelmed by the scope of cosmic threats, proved that the most important battles were often the most personal ones. But Peter's triumph was overshadowed by J. Jonah Jameson's broadcast revealing his secret identity to the world, a violation of privacy that would fundamentally alter not just his own life, but the lives of everyone he cared about. The decision to unmask Spider-Man was Beck's final act of revenge, ensuring that even in death, he would continue to cause pain to the young hero who had thwarted his plans. The boy who had once been able to slip away from school to save the city now found himself unable to go anywhere without being recognized, blamed, and hunted. The chaos that followed the revelation of Spider-Man's identity was compounded by the legal and political ramifications of his activities in Europe, as governments struggled to determine whether he should be treated as a hero, a vigilante, or a terrorist. The Department of Damage Control's investigation into Peter's actions was thorough and merciless, treating the teenager who had helped save the universe as a potential threat to national security. The boy who had looked up to Tony Stark as a father figure now understood the isolation and burden that came with being a public hero. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of New Jersey, another kind of heroism was unfolding as Wanda Maximoff attempted to process her grief through the only means available to her, the reality-warping powers that had been enhanced by her exposure to the Mind Stone. The town of Westview became her canvas and her prison, as she unconsciously transformed an entire community into a living sitcom where she could pretend that Vision was still alive and they could live the normal domestic life that the cosmos had denied them. The hex that surrounded Westview was more than just a magical barrier. It was a manifestation of Wanda's unconscious desire to retreat from a reality that had taken everything she loved and replace it with fiction that felt more bearable than truth. The residents of the town found themselves transformed into supporting characters in someone else's story, their own identities suppressed or altered to fit the narrative that Wanda's grief demanded. The trauma of losing Vision, combined with the guilt of having killed him herself only to watch Thanos bring him back to life to kill him again, had finally overwhelmed her psychological defenses. The sitcom format that structured Wanda's alternate reality was not chosen randomly, but reflected her childhood memories of watching American television with her family in Sokovia, when the Maximoff household had been whole and safe and full of laughter. Each decade that the show cycled through represented a different stage in her understanding of what happiness could look like, from the innocent domestic comedy of the 1950s to the more complex family dynamics of later eras. The progression through television history paralleled her own emotional journey, from simple denial to more sophisticated forms of self-deception. Vision's gradual awareness that something was wrong with their reality created a tension that threatened to tear apart the peaceful world that Wanda had constructed. His artificial consciousness, even in its resurrected form, was too sophisticated to be completely fooled by the illusion, leading to moments of clarity that broke through the sitcom facade and revealed the darkness underneath. The man who had been created from the Mind Stone's power understood better than anyone the difference between authentic existence and carefully constructed fiction. Monica Rambeau's transformation into a being with light-based powers was the result of passing through the Hex's barrier multiple times, as her cellular structure was gradually altered by exposure to the same chaotic energy that had created Wanda's pocket reality. The girl who had looked up to Captain Marvel as a child found herself developing abilities that operated on similar principles, though her powers were derived from Wanda's magic rather than cosmic radiation. Her empathy for Wanda's grief, born from her own loss of her mother, Maria, during the blip, allowed her to see past the destruction to the pain that had caused it. Agatha Harkness's infiltration of Westview revealed that Wanda's abilities were far more significant than anyone had realized, as the ancient witch recognized the chaotic magic that flowed through the young woman as something that appeared only once in each generation. The revelation that Wanda was the Scarlet Witch, a being of prophetic importance in mystical traditions, reframed her entire existence from that of a grief-stricken woman, lashing out at an unfair universe, to that of a cosmic force whose true potential had barely been tapped. The exploration of Wanda's past, through Agatha's magical intervention, revealed the true source of her powers, showing that her abilities had existed long before her exposure to the Mind Stone and had been gradually awakening throughout her life in response to trauma and loss. The destruction of her family home in Sarajevo, the experiments conducted by HYDRA, and the death of Vision had all served to unlock different aspects of her chaotic magic, building toward a crescendo of power that could reshape reality on a multiversal scale. The final confrontation between Wanda and Agatha was fought not just with magic, but with competing philosophies about power and responsibility, as the ancient witch tried to convince her younger counterpart that abilities like theirs placed them above the moral constraints that governed ordinary people. Agatha's centuries of experience had taught her that magical power was best used for personal gain and survival, while Wanda's more recent trauma had shown her that power without love was meaningless and destructive. Wanda's decision to bring down the Hex and return Westview to normal reality was perhaps the most difficult choice she had ever made, as it meant accepting the permanent loss of Vision and the end of the only happiness she had known since his death. The goodbye that she shared with her recreated family was heartbreaking in its finality, as she acknowledged that the love they represented was real, even if the forms it had taken were illusion. The woman who had once been called the Scarlet Witch was learning that true strength came not from the ability to impose your will on reality, but from the wisdom to accept reality as it was. The book of dark magic that Wanda began studying in the mountains was both a promise and a warning, as her quest to understand her abilities led her toward knowledge that could enhance her powers at the cost of her humanity. The Darkhold's influence was subtle but persistent, gradually convincing its readers that the acquisition of greater power was more important than the preservation of moral principles. The woman who had sacrificed her own happiness to free an entire town was being slowly corrupted by the very force she hoped to control. In Louisiana, Sam Wilson was grappling with his own questions about legacy and responsibility as he struggled to determine whether he was worthy of carrying the shield that Steve Rogers had entrusted to him. The weight of becoming Captain America was more than just physical. It was the burden of representing ideals that had been shaped by a very different man in a very different era. The Falcon who had served as a wingman was being asked to step forward as a leader, to embody principles that he wasn't sure he fully understood or could effectively communicate. The emergence of the Flag Smashers as a global terrorist organization dedicated to returning the world to the way it had been during the blip represented the dark side of the post-snap recovery, as some people had found more meaning and community in a world with half the population than they could in the restored reality. Carly Morgenthau's leadership of the movement was motivated by genuine idealism about global unity and resource sharing, but her methods revealed how quickly noble intentions could be corrupted by frustration and desperation. John Walker's appointment as the new Captain America by the US government was a reminder that symbols of heroism could be claimed by institutions as well as individuals, and that the meaning of those symbols was constantly being contested and redefined. The soldier who had been chosen for his combat record and his willingness to follow orders proved to be precisely the wrong person to carry a shield that had been forged in the fires of moral independence and principled resistance to authority. Bucky Barnes's struggle to make amends for the crimes he had committed as the Winter Soldier was complicated by the question of whether someone could be held responsible for actions taken while under mind control. His therapy sessions and his attempts to help the families of his victims were part of a larger process of psychological healing that would take years to complete, if it could ever be completed at all. The man who had been Steve Rogers' best friend was learning to live with memories that were both his and not his, to accept responsibility for actions that he remembered committing but had never chosen to take. The revelation that Isaiah Bradley had been another subject of super soldier experimentation, hidden away and forgotten by the same government that now sought to create new Captain Americas, exposed the racist foundations that had always lurked beneath America's heroic narratives. The black soldier who had served his country with distinction only to be imprisoned and experimented upon for decades was a reminder that the ideals that Steve Rogers had represented were not always matched by the reality of American institutions. Sam's decision to take up the shield was motivated not by ambition but by the recognition that the symbol needed someone who understood both its power and its potential for abuse. His speech to the Global Repatriation Council after stopping the Flag Smashers was a masterclass in moral leadership, as he refused to condemn the terrorists' goals while still holding them accountable for their methods. The man who had once been content to follow was now showing others how to lead with both strength and compassion. The new Captain America costume that Sam designed incorporated elements of his Falcon identity while honoring the legacy of those who had carried the shield before him. The wings that had always been his defining characteristic were retained and enhanced, allowing him to bring a literally elevated perspective to his role as a symbol of American ideals. The man who soared above the battlefield was perfectly positioned to see the bigger picture and to inspire others to rise above their immediate circumstances. In New York, the legal community was adjusting to the return of individuals who had been presumed dead for 5 years, creating unprecedented challenges for law firms that specialized in superhuman cases. Jennifer Walters' transformation into She-Hulk was the result of a blood transfusion from her cousin Bruce Banner that saved her life but fundamentally altered her relationship with her own identity and career. The lawyer who had built her reputation on intellect and legal expertise suddenly found herself possessing physical abilities that overshadowed her professional accomplishments. Jen's struggle to maintain her legal career while dealing with her newfound abilities reflected the broader challenge of living in a world where the extraordinary had become commonplace, but was still not fully understood or accepted. Her transformation triggered emotional responses rather than rage, making her relationship with her Hulk identity very different from Bruce's tortured existence as a creature of uncontrolled destruction. The green giant that she became retained her intelligence and personality, but also amplified her confidence and assertiveness in ways that were both liberating and terrifying. The cases that Jennifer handled as both a lawyer and a superhero often involved the intersection of legal precedent and superhuman activity, forcing the judicial system to grapple with questions that had never been addressed in law school. Her work with clients who had been affected by superhuman activities, from property damage claims to identity theft by shapeshifters, required both legal expertise and first-hand understanding of how enhanced abilities could complicate even simple situations. The fourth wall breaks that occurred during Jen's most stressful moments were manifestations of her subconscious awareness that her life had taken on a surreal, almost fictional quality that defied rational explanation. Her direct address to unseen observers was both a coping mechanism and a cry for help from someone who felt trapped in a narrative that she hadn't chosen and couldn't control. The lawyer who had always relied on logic and evidence was being forced to accept that some aspects of existence operated according to rules that made no conventional sense. In London, Mark Spector was struggling with dissociative identity disorder that had been complicated by his connection to Khonshu, the Egyptian god of the moon who had chosen him as his earthly avatar. The trauma that had shattered Mark's psyche in childhood had created alternate personalities that allowed him to cope with unbearable pain, but his service to an ancient deity had given those personalities abilities and purposes that transcended mere psychological survival mechanisms. Stephen Grant's existence as a mild-mannered museum gift shop employee was both an escape from Mark's violent past and a prison that prevented him from understanding his true nature and abilities. The personality that had been created to protect Mark from his most traumatic memories found himself thrust into supernatural conflicts that his scholarly interests had prepared him to understand intellectually, but not to experience personally. The man who had studied ancient Egyptian mythology from a safe academic distance was suddenly living within those myths as an active participant. Arthur Harrow's plan to release Amit from her imprisonment was motivated by a twisted interpretation of justice that sought to punish people for crimes they had not yet committed, using the goddess's ability to weigh souls to identify potential wrongdoers before they could act. The former avatar of Khonshu had grown frustrated with the reactive nature of lunar justice, preferring the proactive approach of a deity who could prevent suffering by eliminating those who might cause it in the future. The battle between Khonshu and Amit in the skies over Cairo was visible to the entire world, as ancient gods manifested their power through their mortal avatars in a conflict that transcended human understanding. The sight of beings whose existence predated human civilization fighting among the pyramids and monuments of Egypt was a reminder that the cosmos contained forces that operated on scales that dwarfed even the most advanced human technology or enhanced human abilities. Mark's decision to reject Khonshu's service after defeating Amit was an act of psychological liberation that freed him from the divine mandate that had defined his existence for years. The man who had served as the moon god's fist of vengeance was finally able to choose his own path and define his own sense of justice without the interference of cosmic entities who viewed human morality as an inconvenient limitation. On Divinaville, in Jersey City, Kamala Khan was discovering that heroism could emerge from the most unexpected places and take forms that defied traditional categories. The teenager's obsession with Captain Marvel had led her to write fan fiction and create artwork celebrating the cosmic hero, but her own transformation into a being with crystalline energy manipulation abilities connected her to a heritage that she had never known existed. The family history that she had taken for granted was revealed to be far more complex and significant than she had ever imagined. The bangle that triggered Kamala's transformation was more than just a family heirloom. It was an artifact connected to the Noor dimension and the ancient conflict between the clandestines and the humans who had exiled them from their home reality. Her Pakistani heritage, which had always made her feel different from her American peers, was suddenly revealed to be a source of cosmic significance that connected her to beings of immense power and tragic history. Kamala's struggle to balance her desire to help people with the expectations of her family and community reflected the challenges faced by many young people who found themselves caught between different cultural traditions and values. Her secret identity as Ms. Marvel was complicated not just by the usual concerns about protecting loved ones from supervillain retaliation, but by the specific pressures of growing up in a family and community that valued privacy, modesty, and respect for authority. The clandestines' plan to return to their home dimension threatened to destroy the barrier between realities, potentially causing damage to both Earth and the Noor that would affect billions of beings across multiple planes of existence. Kamala's connection to both worlds through her mixed heritage made her uniquely positioned to understand the stakes involved and to find solutions that honored the needs of both communities without sacrificing either to save the other. The sacrifice that Kamran made to save both dimensions demonstrated that heroism was not limited to those with official titles or public recognition, but could emerge from anyone who was willing to put the needs of others before their own safety and comfort. The young man who had been caught between loyalty to his mother's people and affection for the human world chose to use his abilities to heal rather than destroy, proving that power derived its meaning from how it was used rather than from its source or magnitude. As these individual stories of transformation and heroism unfolded across the globe, they were creating a new tapestry of interconnected narratives that would define the next phase of Earth's relationship with the cosmic forces that surrounded it. The heroes who emerged from these trials were different from their predecessors in fundamental ways, shaped by a world that had already experienced cosmic threats and universal transformation, but they carried forward the same essential commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves. The legacy of Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, and the other heroes who had sacrificed themselves to defeat Thanos was not just in the specific technologies or strategies they had developed, but in the example they had set of ordinary people choosing to use extraordinary circumstances as opportunities to serve something greater than themselves. The new generation of heroes was learning that the greatest adventures were not always the most cosmic in scope, that the most important battles were often fought in the hearts and minds of individuals struggling to understand their place in an increasingly complex universe. The multiverse that Doctor Strange had glimpsed during his battle with Dormammu was beginning to make itself known in more direct ways, as the barriers between different realities showed signs of weakening under the strain of multiple reality-altering events. The choices that heroes made in their personal struggles with identity, legacy, and responsibility were having consequences that rippled across dimensions, setting the stage for conflicts that would require not just individual heroism, but collective wisdom and cooperation on a scale that had never been attempted before. The world was learning that the age of heroes was not a temporary anomaly that would eventually return to normal, but a permanent transformation in the nature of human existence, that would require new institutions, new laws, and new forms of morality to navigate successfully. The extraordinary had become ordinary, but the need for people who were willing to stand up for what was right, regardless of the personal cost, remained as urgent as ever. The fabric of reality itself was beginning to show signs of strain as the consequences of multiple reality-altering events across the cosmos started to converge into something that threatened the very foundation of existence. The snap that had eliminated half of all life, followed by the snap that had restored it, followed by the countless smaller manipulations of space, time, and reality by beings both heroic and villainous, had created fractures in the multiverse that were growing larger and more dangerous with each passing day. What had once been isolated incidents were revealing themselves to be interconnected phenomena that demanded solutions on a scale that no single hero or even single reality could provide. Peter Parker's attempt to escape the burden of his revealed identity by asking Doctor Strange to cast a spell that would make the world forget that he was Spider-Man seemed like a simple solution to a personal problem, but it became the catalyst for a crisis that would threaten every reality in the multiverse. The teenager's inability to accept the consequences of his choices, his desperate desire to return to a simpler time when he could protect his loved ones through secrecy rather than through sacrifice, led him to seek magical intervention in matters that were far too complex for mystical shortcuts. Strange's willingness to cast such a spell revealed the dangerous combination of arrogance and compassion that had always characterized his approach to the mystical arts. His genuine desire to help a young hero who had sacrificed so much for the world was admirable, but his confidence that he could safely manipulate the memories of every person on Earth showed that he had not fully learned the lessons about humility and caution that his training should have taught him. The master of the mystic arts was still, in many ways, the same brilliant surgeon who believed that any problem could be solved through the application of sufficient skill and knowledge. The interruptions and modifications that Peter made to the spell as it was being cast created variables that Strange had not accounted for, turning a relatively simple memory alteration into a multiversal catastrophe that began pulling beings from other realities into their dimension. Each change that Peter requested, each exception that he wanted to be made to the spell's effects, created new parameters that destabilized the entire magical construct and opened doorways to places that should have remained forever separate. The emergence of Otto Octavius, Norman Osborn, Max Dillon, Flint Marko, and Kurt Connors from other realities brought with them not just individual threats, but the accumulated trauma and unresolved conflicts from entirely different timelines and universes. These were not the same villains that this Peter Parker had faced, but alternate versions whose stories had followed different paths and reached different conclusions. Their presence in a reality that was not their own created paradoxes and instabilities that threatened to tear apart the very concept of identity and narrative consistency. Norman Osborn's madness was perhaps the most dangerous element introduced by the multiversal breach, as the Green Goblin persona represented not just a single villain, but a fundamental force of chaos and destruction that existed across multiple realities. His ability to manipulate and corrupt other people's choices, combined with his intimate knowledge of Spider-Man's psychology and weaknesses, made him a threat that transcended any specific universe or timeline. The Goblin's laugh echoed across dimensions, a sound that represented the breakdown of order and meaning itself. The other Spider-Men who were drawn into this reality brought with them perspectives and experiences that challenged everything Peter thought he understood about heroism and responsibility. Tobey Maguire's older, more experienced Peter Parker carried the weight of years of heroic service and personal loss, his understanding of the cost of power tempered by wisdom that could only come from decades of making difficult choices. Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker brought his own unique pain and perspective, having lost the love of his life in a way that paralleled but differed from the losses that all versions of Spider-Man seemed destined to endure. The decision to help the displaced villains, rather than simply sending them back to their realities to face their original fates, was motivated by Peter's growing understanding that true heroism meant taking responsibility not just for stopping threats but for addressing the underlying causes of those threats. His plan to cure rather than condemn was inspired by his relationship with Tony Stark and the belief that technology and compassion could solve problems that violence could not. It was an approach that honored the best traditions of superhero idealism, while acknowledging the complex realities of mental illness, trauma, and moral responsibility. The process of developing cures for each villain's condition required collaboration between 3 different versions of Peter Parker, each bringing their own scientific knowledge and moral perspective to problems that had seemed unsolvable in their original contexts. The chemistry that they shared was more than just intellectual. It was the recognition of kindred spirits who had all chosen to use their abilities in service of others, despite the personal costs involved. Their work together demonstrated that some problems could only be solved through cooperation, and that the sharing of knowledge and perspective could lead to breakthrough solutions. May Parker's death during the final confrontation with the Green Goblin was a tragedy that cut across all realities and all versions of Peter Parker, as each of them recognized in her loss an echo of their own experiences with the cruel mathematics of heroism. Her final words, reminding Peter that with great power must come great responsibility, were not just advice for her specific nephew, but a message that resonated across the multiverse, a fundamental truth about the nature of power and its proper use that transcended any specific universe or timeline. The spell that Doctor Strange cast to send the displaced villains and heroes back to their proper realities required the ultimate sacrifice from Peter Parker, as it meant that everyone in his universe would forget not just that he was Spider-Man, but that Peter Parker had ever existed at all. The teenager, who had wanted to protect his friends and family from the consequences of his heroic identity, was forced to accept a far more complete separation, becoming a ghost in his own life in order to save the multiverse itself. The final swings through New York that Peter took before the spell took effect were a goodbye not just to his old life, but to his old understanding of what it meant to be a hero. The boy who had been given his powers by accident and his purpose by Tony Stark was becoming a man who chose his responsibilities for himself, who defined his mission based on his own moral compass, rather than on the expectations of mentors or the adulation of the public. The Spider-Man who emerged from this crisis was more alone than he had ever been, but also more purely dedicated to the ideals that had always motivated his heroism. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of space, the Guardians of the Galaxy were dealing with their own questions about identity and purpose as they attempted to cope with the loss of Gamora and the return of a version of her who had no memory of their shared experiences. The woman they had loved and fought beside was gone forever, replaced by a person who looked the same, but whose heart belonged to a different timeline and a different set of relationships. Peter Quill's struggle to accept this reality paralleled his grief over the loss of his biological father and his surrogate father Yondu, a pattern of abandonment and loss that seemed to define his existence. Thor's journey with the Guardians was both a physical odyssey across the cosmos and an emotional quest to rediscover his sense of purpose and identity after the traumatic events of recent years. The god of thunder, who had once been defined by his birthright and his hammer, was learning to find strength in his relationships and his commitment to protecting others rather than in his royal status or his weapons. His growing friendship with the Guardians showed him new ways of being a hero that didn't depend on cosmic destiny or divine mandate, The love and thunder that characterized Thor's new phase of existence came from his willingness to open his heart to others despite the pain that such vulnerability inevitably brought. His reunion with Jane Foster, now transformed into the mighty Thor through her connection to the fragments of Mjolnir, forced him to confront his past failures as a partner, while also celebrating the strength and heroism that she had always possessed. The hammer that had once been his symbol of worthiness had chosen someone who embodied those qualities even more purely than he had. Jane's battle with cancer, which continued even as she wielded the power of Thor, was a reminder that some enemies could not be defeated through strength or courage alone. That heroism sometimes meant accepting limitations and facing mortality with grace and dignity. Her transformation into the mighty Thor granted her incredible abilities but could not cure the disease that was slowly killing her, creating a tragic irony that emphasized the difference between divine power and human healing. Gorr the God Butcher's campaign against divine beings across the universe was motivated by a grief and rage that resonated with anyone who had ever felt abandoned by those who claimed to care for them. His transformation from devoted believer to cosmic killer was the result of watching his daughter die, while the gods he worshipped remained silent and indifferent to mortal suffering. The necrosword that gave him the power to kill divine beings was both a weapon and a curse, feeding on his pain while amplifying his capacity for destruction. The battle between Thor, Jane, and Gorr was fought not just with weapons and magic, but with competing philosophies about the nature of divinity and responsibility. Gorr's argument that gods were parasites who fed on worship while providing nothing in return had enough truth to be genuinely challenging, forcing Thor to examine his own relationship with the mortals he claimed to protect. The God of Thunder's growth throughout this conflict came from his recognition that true divinity lay in service rather than in power, that the worth of gods should be measured by their willingness to sacrifice for others rather than by their ability to command obedience. The resolution of Gorr's story through the love he felt for his daughter demonstrated that even the most justified anger could be transformed into something constructive if it was channeled toward protecting rather than destroying. His final wish, to bring back his child rather than to continue his campaign of divine genocide, showed that love was indeed stronger than hate, that the bonds between family members could overcome even cosmic-level trauma and corruption. In the aftermath of these cosmic adventures, Earth was beginning to see the emergence of a new generation of heroes whose powers and perspectives were shaped by the post-snap world and the growing awareness of multiversal possibilities. Kate Bishop's training as the new Hawkeye under Clint Barton's guidance represented the passing of torches from one generation to the next, as experienced heroes began to recognize that their legacy would be carried forward by young people who had grown up in a world where the extraordinary was commonplace. Kate's natural archery abilities and detective instincts made her a worthy successor to the Hawkeye name, but it was her moral courage and determination to do the right thing regardless of personal cost that truly qualified her for heroism. Her investigation into her mother's connections to criminal organizations required her to confront the possibility that the people she loved most might not be the heroes she had always believed them to be, a lesson that prepared her for the moral complexities that characterized adult heroism. Clint's reluctance to involve Kate in his world was motivated by his understanding of the personal costs that came with the heroic life. His desire to protect someone young and optimistic from the trauma and loss that had defined his own journey. The man who had lost his entire family to the snap and had spent 5 years as a violent vigilante understood better than most how quickly good intentions could be corrupted by grief and anger. His mentorship of Kate was an act of faith in the future and a recognition that some torches needed to be passed regardless of the dangers involved. Riri Williams' development of her own Iron Man-inspired armor represented another form of legacy heroism. as the young engineer sought to honor Tony Stark's memory, while also creating something uniquely her own. Her background and perspective were very different from Tony's, shaped by economic hardship and social inequality rather than inherited wealth and privilege. But her genius and her commitment to using technology to help others connected her to the essential spirit of Iron Man, even as she forged her own path. The challenges that Riri faced in creating and maintaining her armor without the vast resources that had been available to Tony Stark forced her to be more creative and resourceful in her approach to superhero technology. Her innovations often came from necessity rather than from theoretical research, leading to solutions that were more practical and sustainable than some of the more exotic technologies that Stark Industries had developed. The young woman who would become Ironheart was proving that heroism could emerge from any background if it was combined with sufficient determination and ingenuity. As these individual stories of growth and heroism unfolded, they were being watched and influenced by forces that operated on timescales and with motivations that dwarfed even cosmic-level threats. The Time Variance Authority, an organization that existed outside of normal space-time and claimed responsibility for maintaining the proper flow of events across all realities, had been monitoring the increasing instability in the multiverse with growing concern. Loki's encounter with the TVA following his escape with the Tesseract during the time heist had exposed him to the existence of beings and institutions that made even Asgardian power seem insignificant by comparison. The god of mischief, who had once sought to rule a single world, was forced to confront the reality that free will itself might be an illusion, that every choice and action across all of history had been predetermined by entities who viewed individual lives as nothing more than variables in equations, too complex for mortal minds to comprehend. The revelation that the timekeepers who supposedly governed the TVA were actually artificial constructs created by a human scientist from the 31st century challenged everything that Loki thought he understood about power, authority, and the nature of existence itself. He who remains, the man behind the curtain who had been controlling the flow of time across all realities, was both the most powerful being in the multiverse and a tired old man who was ready to give up the burden of cosmic management. The choice that Loki and Sylvie faced at the end of time was between maintaining a system that preserved order through authoritarian control or destroying that system and accepting the chaos that would inevitably follow. The variant of Loki, who had learned to love something other than power, chose to try to find a third option, to take responsibility for the management of time while hopefully governing it more ethically than his predecessor. His transformation from villain to hero to cosmic administrator was perhaps the most complete character arc in the entire saga. The death of He Who Remains and the subsequent branching of the timeline into infinite variations created the conditions for conflicts that would dwarf anything that had come before, as different versions of the same cosmic-level threat began to emerge across multiple realities. Kang the Conqueror, in his various incarnations and with his different motivations and methods, represented a threat that could not be defeated through conventional heroism because it existed simultaneously across all possible timelines and universes. The Council of Kangs that began to form in the wake of the Sacred Timeline's destruction was composed of variants who had each conquered their own realities and were now looking to expand their dominion across the entire multiverse. Some were motivated by genuine belief that order and control were preferable to chaos and freedom, while others were driven by simple hunger for power and domination. All of them possessed technology and knowledge that made them capable of reshaping reality according to their will. The threats that were emerging from the fractured multiverse required responses that no single hero or even single reality could provide. setting the stage for conflicts that would demand unprecedented levels of cooperation and sacrifice from heroes across all dimensions. The young Avengers who were beginning to assemble on Earth would need to work with cosmic entities, mystical forces, and multiversal organizations to address problems that threatened the very concept of existence itself. The tapestry of heroism that had begun with a man in a cave building armor from scraps was evolving into something that encompassed infinite realities and eternal conflicts, but at its heart remained the same simple truth that had motivated every hero throughout the saga, that some things were worth fighting for regardless of the odds, that love and hope and sacrifice could triumph over even the most overwhelming darkness if enough people were willing to stand together and refuse to give up. The threads were converging toward a confrontation that would determine not just the fate of Earth or the universe, but the future of all possible realities and the very meaning of heroism itself. As we reach the end of our journey through this vast tapestry of heroism, certain truths emerge that transcend the spectacle and action. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has given us something precious. The reminder that heroism isn't about the power you possess, but what you choose to do with it. From Tony Stark's first declaration of "I am Iron Man" to the multiversal adventures that followed, we've seen ordinary people make extraordinary choices. We've watched Steve Rogers prove that the strength of a man isn't in his muscles but in his convictions. We've seen Natasha Romanoff demonstrate that our past doesn't define our future. We've witnessed Peter Parker learn that with great power comes great responsibility, and Thor discover that true strength comes from protecting those who cannot protect themselves. These stories remind us that family isn't just blood, but the people who stand with you when the universe hangs in the balance. They show us that redemption is always possible, that love conquers fear, and that even in our darkest moments, hope endures. So as you drift into dreams, remember that heroism lives not just in the stories we tell, but in the choices we make each day. Sweet dreams, and may you find your own heroic moments in the adventures that await.